Jesus Christ, that was a disaster that just happened right in front of my eyes. Oh my god. OhaHyou, everyone. I had everything ready. And then, boom. It all exploded. I had to retype my going live tweet. I had to figure out Nightbot bullshit on the fly. It just reset up there now. I think I had an internet flutter. I think that's what happened. I think I just, like, my entire internet, like, blinked. And it just messed up everything, which is why Nightbot commands were going so far. I tried to go live, and it was stuck on a black screen outputting. So, yeah. Sukasa hates coffee. I'm glad you could make it to the stream. Today is a special stream in the fact that it is our very, very final Act 4, our very final specific act stream. We are going to be done with romanceable acts in this stream. This is Act 4 of Rin's Route. And then all that is left after is finishing up Act 1 with with Saturday's stream, and then we've got some fun things I discovered about. I'm gonna see Rin more. Well, if you want to see Rin more, I don't think you saw her Act 2 or Act 1. You can go to the link in the description and download the game. You could also watch the VOD for Act 1 and 2. It'll be part number 14. I think it's named Disconnect. Was it Disconnect? It's either Disconnect or Dream. I don't remember at this point. Yes, Disconnect. Okay. So we got this will be the last route of any in this series. And then Saturday, tomorrow, 5 p.m., same time. We will read through Act 1 once again and get the final part that we need to showcase for this game, and we will have gotten 100% completion by the end of tomorrow's stream, which means after this stream I have to go through all the not safe for YouTube scenes and get the CGs for those, because otherwise I don't get 100% completion. I guess I should address it. Last night, I was checking it. I'll be honest, I noticed it on Wednesday night after the stream, but I didn't want to notice it, and I wanted to wait until I woke up in case it changed. We hit 100 subscribers. We've hit the triple digits mark. I honestly didn't think it would ever happen this fast. It's been just barely over 6 months. I did not think it would happen this quickly, but we made it. And as such, I had 2 announcements for it. The first one is a cover song in the near future. It is from a game I have played on this channel before. It was one of the first games I played on this channel. It's a very beautiful song. The second announcement was the Discord server. I have created a Discord server for the community. We have channels for everything you could ever imagine. Game nights and movie nights, whenever I get around to organizing those. Link is down in the description. It's also pinned in the chat. I'd greatly appreciate it to see everybody in there. It would make me very happy to know that we've got people in the server enjoying it. Yes. I'm glad I got Nightbot working, even though it was probably just an internet issue. No, you joined. I saw you join the Discord. refresh your Discord maybe, but I saw your name in the welcome. So you're in there. You might just have to, like, check your client again, but the link's up and working. We got people in there, so... Might just be a... Yeah, you should be in there. Yes, I have... This was one of the things I was most excited to show off. I spent an entire shift working on it and setting it up and getting the permissions. I've had more than one friend help and check permissions for everything. And I'm very happy with how I've got it all set up, so I'm glad that we have a little hub for the community, the mission hub. Yeah. Make sure to you join, you check the rules chat and get your role. So you can access the server. I had to set that up last minute because I just thought about it. Yeah, it's I'm glad to have it opened, so I will be there whenever. I'm often either not doing anything or very, very bored at work. So good way to keep up. You get notifications about everything. It's I hope it can be a wonderful environment for the streams. And now, also a good way to stay notified. I'm glad for the first stream with it open, it actually worked, because I've been having problems with ping cord, sending out the stream notifications on there, but it worked today, so if it doesn't work, I guess I just have to send it myself, but we got it working today, so I have my root. Let me go over to the game screen. We can talk more Katawa Shoujo. Boom. Check over here. We have all of these: smoking in the atelier, eating oranges, that scene. We got 8 CGs left, and then there's quite a few people find box like Pingo to be very hit or miss. Andre, yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, sometimes you just have to... I think the thing is just making sure you're opening the site every now and again. It usually stopped working after I changed a couple role settings, so hopefully I can get it to work. I know I got the use of ping cord from the Athena Nightingale fan server, which is modded by a good friend of the channel, Melky. And I'm glad you could make it to the stream as well, Manji. You're having a great day. I know you're playing Ace Attorney this morning. I did see that. I lurked around in there. I woke up a little late, but I lurked around in there a little bit. I just don't know anything about Ace Attorney. Oh. Alright, so yeah, we've got... I think we have all of these now. We've got every single little image. I think that card was the last one. Yep. We've completed the image CGs. We've had cinema completed since the other day. I already looked in there. Library. I don't know the proper way to respond to that, because... Oh, I appreciate it. I can't wait to see how it looks. I hope... My art tag, it should be... It's, Hoshiuta art. It should be in a bunch of, tags on there, so you can post it in there. And you can I should have the art channel open as well, so... Yeah! Okay, here are scenes, yes. We have 2 left, and these will be seen on Saturday. Tomorrow. But Rins, we've got... This is the scene called Badan. And this is the bad end scene, so... Just a little bit more, and then we're starting with illusions for people. I'm not... Oh... I don't like how even the good act for this starts. Because... Act 3 ended on a real sour note, and, Ugh. I could do without it, but necessary, I suppose. I spilled something on my monitor. Yeah, I've got my route set up for everything here. I know where we have to make our decisions, where we have to make our saves, and where we can stop and where we can continue. So, this is going to be the most emotional episode of the entire series. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This act hurts. It makes me sad. Let us not load in her illusions for people. Let us load in her own image and see what the Badon scene is. Badon is choose. I think you'd be a big hit. I think you'd be super popular. I mean, your paintings are really amazing. And you paint with your feet, that's really cool too. I bet people will be amazed. It's not a big deal. I would paint with hands if I had any. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Rin turns away, looking at her painting wistfully. I want to take back what I said if it was what made her make that face. I get it. Rin looks absent-mindedly at me, not saying anything. I can't even tell if my words had any effect on her. I just don't get it. Anyone else would be jumping up and down in excitement. What's the point of doing your best being at this art club if you don't do anything with your talent? I'm telling you, I'm gonna be angry with you if you give this up. My voice rises higher. I don't know what... God damn it. I don't know what makes me say this. It's like I've been taken over by some force out of my control. But I really do feel angry. Images of a letter written on cute stationery flash in my mind. Images of the masked faces of my parents, my doctors. Images of the time I've wasted. It makes into feelings about Rin like a torrent of molten iron. I want to continue, but Rin suddenly stands up. Fine. I'm going. She trots out of the room without anyone saying anything. I stare after her, still seething, though with the voice of rationality in the back of my head wondering if I made her angry as well. The teacher lets out an embarrassed but extraordinarily loud laugh. You care a lot for her, don't you? Nomiya looks at me over his circular pink glasses, smiling sympathetically. You've made friends with her then, Nakai? Well, something like that, I guess. Depends on how you look at it. To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's more like me and Rin just tend to hang around each other irregularly, talking or not about something that more often resembles some twisted mockery of philosophy, rather than normal everyday things that friends talk about. Well, that's good, isn't it? You're a new student, and we should be promoting integration into the student body and such. I can't remember all the buzzwords they spew at faculty and Yamaku Foundation meetings, but that's how it is. Tezuka isn't the most social person around these parts either. Yeah, that's definitely true. So she's talked about my suggestion to you? Oh, no, not really. I think it's more been me pressing her to decide something. Maybe I shouldn't have. No, I'm sure it's fine. I'm too soft with her, even when I shouldn't. I don't really know how to handle Suka. She's so independent and willful. I wonder if this is what every old geezer of an art teacher who got his hands on a young and fiery prodigy felt like. He chuckles ironically to himself a little bit, turning to face Rin's latest work, which she left drying on the easel. She departed so abruptly that I wonder if she considers it finally finished. I'm like, yup, It's even worse with contexts. So, let's see the painting then. He leans in closer, peering at the canvas. It draws you in, doesn't it? Nomiya stands back straight, his face a dreamy, nostalgic visage. I don't answer him, as he seems to be taking my agreement as a given. It's so much worse. It's so bad. I don't know why he has to be like that. I sometimes stay here after hours just to look at Tezuka's paintings. She's really just prodigious, and at such a young age. I get shivers just thinking of what she could become with a few more years of refinement. You asked what makes an artist, remember? This is it. They take a piece of the world and reshape it in their own image. Metaphorically, of course. Independent and willful? We had to push her to do the exhibit. Independent and willful, but not in ways that he would want.
Looking at her makes you wonder what the world looks like through her eyes. It's a wonderful thing to be young and full of passion. The most extraordinary time of your life. You would do well to remember that, Nakai.
Yes, sir.
It's so silly. People always ask artists, where do you get your ideas? As if ideas were something sold at the market for pocket change.
I'm not gonna talk too much. Little folks now drawing. Not a problem, not a problem. I enjoy your lurk. I appreciate it all the same.
You can't explain inspiration. For people like Tezuka, it's like breathing. It's an instinct. I've met maybe one or two with the same kind of raw potential. But no amount of potential will amount to anything if one doesn't work to realize it. Oh. It's practice, technique, skill. Draw for an hour every day for a few years, and even the most hopeless case becomes a passable artist. Tezuka is not brilliant because she was born with a natural talent for this kind of thing. She's brilliant because she works harder than anyone, ever since she learned to hold a pen, most likely. And all of it with her feet, no less. Absolutely phenomenal.
Silence finally lands in the clubroom as Nomiya lets himself get drawn back into Rin's painting, gently murmuring acceptance toward the still wet canvas. What kind of things do you paint yourself? As if waking from a reverie, he looks at me, surprised at my talking to him.
Oh, I don't. Not anymore. I became an art teacher only after my career in that field came to an end. Now I just pass on knowledge to the next generation.
The way Nomiya answers is curious, both giving and withholding information. I feel like asking more, but he cuts in before I get the chance.
Now, you should run along, my boy. It's almost dinner time, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Have a good evening.
You too.
I quickly collect my stuff and step out into the deserted hallway, leaving the teacher alone with his musings. The weekend will be here soon. It's amazing how fast time flies here. I promised Emmy I'd join her for the celebration of her triumph at the track meet last week. That should be plenty of fun. I think we have to do a little bit of skipping now, because I don't think Badon immediately follows. But I could be wrong. I was correct. So we start skipping. God, the art teacher just gives such terrible, terrible vibes. I hate it. It is... Oh. He's not a good person. He's a bad person. Alright. The roof with Rin. We have to actually get through the act transition, I remember. Yay, the hug. And then... oh god, we have to go through this stuff. What's your favorite season? Oh, that's a tough question. I think fall. I have to go with fall, just because it's, I just like how everything looks. What about me? I like how everything looks. I like the temperature. Oh, this is... Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna quit the art club. I realized it when we had the argument last week. It was a good thing I tried it, but it's just not my thing, you know? I had more fun getting to know you than actually doing the art stuff in there. I can understand winter, but also, winter's way too cold for me. Especially where I'm at. But I want to stay as your friend. Would that be alright? Sure. It was getting pretty creepy anyway, with you staring at me all the time. Her comment makes me fluster immediately, but I manage a reply. Sorry about that. It's okay. I'm used to it. You're not the first person who likes to see me paint. Are you going to do some other thing? I don't know. Probably not. You're going to become better, right? Sure. Okay, and then this is more stuff we've seen, yeah. Alright. So, difference. He quits the art club. That is, I don't know if that leads to the bad. I think it's just a random change thing. We're accepting the atelier.
Where is Badan? Show me the scene. Is it after this? I think it's after this. Okay. Yup, here we are. If I remember correctly, this is not a wonderfully happy scene. But I will save it over here. As I walk through the hallway that afternoon, I glance at my watch. It's almost 4:30. I would normally have a club meeting to attend, but I don't feel like going to the art club at all, so I start heading the opposite way. It feels like a poorly chosen decision. I just know that if I skip club once, I'm going to skip it again and again. This is probably it for me in the art club. It's been bubbling beneath the surface for a while now, though. I guess I'll formally quit later. I keep watching the bland linoleum floor while I walk without a direction. This leads me, perhaps unconsciously, to the school library. It's almost empty and completely quiet. A few studious first years are sitting at the tables, joining efforts to get homework done before dinner time. Yuko is hard at work today, too. She's methodically going through a towering stack of books sitting on her desk, checking them one by one and then placing them onto a cart beside her. I greet her as I stop by. Good afternoon. I haven't seen you here for a while. Did you read all the books already? She seems to be in a good mood. I don't think so. I joined the art club, so I've been passing the time there instead of working my way through your collection. I think I'm gonna quit though, so I guess you'll be seeing more of me again from now on. You didn't like the art club? Honestly, I don't know. I don't have much of a talent for art, but I didn't hate doing it either. I guess it just feels a bit pointless. I can't really see any purpose in going. The art teacher scares me a little. Really? He seems like a really nice guy. No, he doesn't. Maybe a bit over the top sometimes. Yuko makes a face I can't read, but doesn't say anything further. How are you doing? Something good happened to me today. I didn't flunk my university course. Oh, that's great, isn't it? Yes, without the credit I might have been kicked out and then have had a lot of explaining to do to my family. I'm really lucky. I think I'm gonna buy pudding today to celebrate. Being a university student sounds hard. Surprised you're working 2 jobs while still attending. My part-time work really makes it hard to keep up with my studies, and I get yelled at by my student counselor. And then if I stay up late studying, I get sleepy at work and my boss yells at me. But if I quit my jobs, I'll starve. It's like I just can't win. I wonder why it's like that. I don't really know what to say. Yuko isn't really complaining to get empathy out of a guy a lot younger than her. She's basically just talking about the facts of her everyday life. So many people can feel to me as bad vibes, but then he was just completely unaware. He's a little bit clueless. He's pretty clueless in this in Rin's route and Emmy's route. It's yeah. He's a bit slow. That's okay. It makes me feel even more pity for her somehow. Wow, must be hard for you. I don't know. It's been like this for so long that I've forgotten what it's like to have a normal life. Or maybe this already is a normal life for my age. Is this normal? It is, right? It must be. Why is being normal so depressing? I couldn't say. Not like being abnormal is much different, though. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. I just got carried away. It's fine. It was a joke, sort of. Anyway, you seem to be doing just fine now. Yes, when I feel really down, I take a step back and make a cup of tea. And then I've drunk the tea. And when I've drunk the tea, I give my mood a kick in the butt like wham! And then I tell myself, now you're gonna do this thing, Yuko. And then I go and I get it done. That's why I'm working so hard now. She clenches her fist dramatically at the high point of her spirited explanation. It's a bit unclear what she actually means, but it's nice that she is so motivated. Leaving Yuko alone with her work, I head to the back of the library, where the novels are. I briefly consider reading something non-fiction for a change. Maybe a biography, perhaps. But in the end, I decide against it. My fingers trace the spines along the rows upon rows of novels. They occasionally pull out the random book so I can read the back and maybe sample the first 2 or 3 pages. Nothing really catches my interest, so I end up picking up a book I've already read in March or so, The Hospital. I recall liking it. I sit down on one of the beanbag chairs and quickly get sucked into the book, turning pages at a rapid pace. I'm probably not the fastest reader around, but pretty fast all the same. Reading quickly makes me feel oddly satisfied. Focusing on reading is something I'm pretty good at too. I can cram study pretty efficiently as well, as long as I stay motivated. It's the secret of my good grades, though I'm pretty diligent in class too. That's what Rin and I have in common. She can really focus on painting if she wants to. I wonder what she's doing now. Probably hard at work, painting. This distance that suddenly grew between us irritates me. I thought that we were getting closer, but now that feeling's been lost. I'm a bit worried about her too. I can't make sense of my own thoughts. I don't know if this decision matters, so I'm a bit scared. I'm gonna do just some wiki checking. Get over to Act 3. Find my scene. But I think... Where's this decision? Oh. Neither decision matters. So, chat, which decision are we feeling? I think they lead to the same decision, the same realization. Need water. I was leaving towards I can't leave her alone either, to be honest. I share Emmy's sentiment of being worried about Rin. She's the type who might get so caught up in her own strange world and get lost in there before she knows it. It's not that I feel like being some kind of white knight who could save Rin from herself. What is happening? That was such a loud sound I thought it came from my headphones. She doesn't need saving, but I just can't leave her alone either. If I want to keep what I have with Rin going, I have to get involved with making this exhibition happen, right at her side. I realize I've been sitting on the same page for a while now. I turn my gaze back to the book I'm reading. The jungle of glyphs has somehow turned into a near incomprehensible cipher. White knighting, oh no. Not again. I stare hard at it, expecting the text to start making sense to me. No pattern emerges, nothing that could take me any further than I am. Dazed, I close the book, put it back on the shelf, then sit back down and think honestly and hard about what I really want. So that decision actually takes the place of, I think, I want to understand her or I want to be more like her. The edge of the world. So, that is the one scene that doesn't actually affect an ending, or follows an ending path, but regardless, we have it now. Yuko's thoughts on motivation. But yeah, so these are the two routes you can, the two scenes you can get depending on what you choose here. But now, are you ready to get sad? Because we're doing the bad ending right now. I'm actually gonna tap this one out as well, because I don't think the decisions actually matter. Back to things you hate. Time for sadness, part 1. Then explain. Fine. Then explain to me. I can't. The same old stupid pattern emerges again. Me asking her questions, to which she replies with answers that don't answer anything. Because it's the only way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Is this a play? Are there some unseen roles that we have unknowingly set ourselves into, dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading us to hurting each other? Her nonchalant answers, accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs, leave me none the wiser. I hate it. So, I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry. I am angry. But I also feel so powerless. Would anything I say matter at all? It's fine if you want to turn me down, but at least do it properly. And if you do, then last night was definitely a mistake. In fact, this whole thing might have been a mistake. I don't want to turn you down. So you can't decide? But why are you playing with me like this, then? Hug, then ignore me. Kiss, then ignore me. Play me like a fiddle, is that it? Kiss me, then forget again? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Rin, too, finally catches the mood, and her curious expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tries to find were written in the painting she herself has wrought. Then what? I needed to paint, so... paint. My vision is filtering through the blood-red lens of unbridled anger. Don't give me that, Rin. Not some damn muse of yours, free to be abused for the sake of painting. I am not some medium for whatever you aspire to. I am me. There is a limit to selfishness. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholically while she takes in my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I have finished does she try to respond somehow. I can't do anything else. Or, I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I sort of do properly, most of the time. Yeah, that much I figured out myself, thanks. Art first, then everything else second, or thousandth. Ever pause to consider things from a perspective other than yours? I snarl the words from between my teeth. They taste like poison anyway. Rin is positively alarmed by now. So at least she's not completely dense, but it seems that she just doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe even she could be so stupid. I didn't want to... This time it's Rin who interrupts herself in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? She doesn't get a word out of her mouth. You never explain yourself. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying, and being satisfied about it feels terrible, but I just can't stop myself. I try to discern some hints of her reaction through my adrenaline-distorted vision. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I hate it if she didn't. She never ever listens to anything. She's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking like holding back tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Go away. Go away, Hiseo. I'm sorry. I can't deal with this. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. The blunt, hollow remark is a fitting conclusion to this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. I leave the atelier, feeling angry and guilty. I never believed we would end up like this. I'm not like this. Rin is not like this. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, this is not like her. She really did change. Or was it me who changed? Maybe I only thought I knew her. Or maybe I knew the Rin that she isn't. Or was it me who caused all this by talking Rin into taking her chances with the exhibition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past few weeks? I can't think of any explanation for her weird behavior, other than the exhibition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer. But all it did was separate us further away from each other, and now, beyond the reach of either of us. Darkness covers the gardens of Yamaku High School, enveloping the small dormitory rooms in the blanket of the night. In one of those rooms I lie on my bed, tired. So very tired. I gave up. I can't lie to myself that everything is alright, that everything will work out. That's not how things go. Glancing at my watch, I see it's 3:30 at night. I slide my finger over the glass surface of the watch's face. It's been pretty dependable ever since I decided to start wearing it, always knowing what's going on, even when I didn't. I turn my head and see the neatly arranged assortment of medicine on my night table. They are dependable too. Things I am going to depend on for the rest of my life. I think of the limited days ahead of me, the infinite vastness of time that opens up in front of others. The time I wasted chasing things out of my reach. Time I will never get back. I take off my watch and lay it down on the table. That one is like Hanako's bad end. I hate it. The door slammed shut forever. I just hate it. It's so egregiously painful. It was sad. I hate to do this to you, Tsukasa. You don't know sadness yet. Sadness is coming, but that was not the sadness. Oh. The neutral end is a million times worse. I'm not going to be prepared for the neutral ending again. I can't do it. Shards of ire. There's our Act 3 wrapped up. That bad end is an interesting one. I will absolutely... It's an intense one. But it's also... We totally won't have to have that argument again. No, never have that one. No, it's not like it's one of the first 3 scenes of the next act. That bad end is an intense one, and it's very similar to Hanako's, where Hiseo goes too far, and that leads to the blow up. Kind of with Emi's too, kind of like Emi's bad end. I've noticed this trend though, where the bad ends are actually less heart-wrenching than the neutral ends, because the neutral ends they give this feeling of a misstep. A slight one, not a big one, but a slight misstep. And that changes everything. In the bad ends, you can see exactly what the issue is. The bad ends, you can see this was the mistake. Like, I mean, asking Rin to explain herself is a bad idea because she's not able to. She can't explain herself because she doesn't understand herself. Using the word understand is better with Rin. And this is a thing to know, is that whole the concept of understanding someone instead of trying to get them to explain themselves. People don't always know themselves. Rin is a great case of that. We'll see how that unravels in Act 4 now. Illusions for people. Unfortunately for Manji, and me, this act starts out with Nomiya. I make it in time for class, though not in time for breakfast. The classroom is bathing in the gentle light of the sun. This means that it's going to be intolerably hot in the afternoon. For now, though, it's pain Pecco. Oh, Jesus. I look at Misha and Shizune's animated discussion about whatever. Hanako staring out of the classroom window. Mutoi stumbling into the classroom 4 minutes late and with no recollection of what he's supposed to be teaching today. I love Mutoi. I could never imagine dropping out of school just like that. Even if it's only for a few weeks. On the other hand, Rin doesn't seem to have a problem with the idea. Or going through with it. Then again, somehow I got caught along in her insane isolation. Even if we ended up hurting each other. Or did we? Maybe only I got hurt. It takes me until late in the afternoon to realize that today is Monday. The art club meets today. Not just that. Due to the exams, this will be the last art club meeting before summer vacation. Without Rin, it feels pretty pointless to go there. But I want to talk with the teacher. Why? The meeting itself isn't noteworthy, just as my skills with watercolors are not worth mentioning. Nomiya tries to encourage and advise me without sounding too condescending, but he's not doing a very good job of it. If nothing else, joining the art club has taught me that I like art. It would be nice if I could actually try and make some art in the art club, though. After the fruits of everyone's labors have been piled into a neat stack on the teacher's desk, he clears his throat to give a little speech. That's it for this trimester, everyone.
His voice is pretty loud and way too enthusiastic for it to be genuine.
The next meeting is after summer vacation, on the Monday of the first week of next term. I hope to see everyone there again. Have a nice vacation.
Everyone wishes him a nice vacation back as they file out the door. I need to start getting a voice for Nomiya that I can make into an angry-sounding one, because that's going to be important. I stay behind, waiting until the two of us are alone. It's almost dinner time, so I don't have to wait long. Nomiya is looking through the paintings, some of which are actually pretty nice. Rin might outclass everyone else in the art club, but she isn't the only one with talent. Excuse me, teacher?
What is it, Nakai?
He raises his eyebrows questioningly, smiling widely. It's about Rin.
Oh, is something wrong with Tezuka?
No, but... I hesitate for a split second, not certain how to say what I want to say, giving Nomiya enough time to start blabbering by himself.
I saw her a few days ago when I was passing by at Sei's gallery. She said she'd get 1 or 2 more paintings done for the exhibition. I was quite pleased. She's a surprisingly hard worker. I always thought she was a bit lazy, doing whatever she wants instead of the assignment.
He seems to notice my anxiety and realizes he is digressing, shutting up before finishing the thought.
Ah, but you had something to talk about. What is it?
I don't know. She feels detached from everything, as if she can't think of anything but the exhibition.
Well, isn't that good? She is focused on her painting, as she should be.
Yep. This is different. It's like she's obsessed. I went to see her and...
Have you been bothering her?
He cuts in before I finish saying what I meant to say, instantly looking quite irritated. No, I don't think so. I'm just concerned because she's stopped coming to school completely. She feels strange, too. Stranger than usual, at the very least.
Humbug! This is much more important for her than some lousy math class or physics or whatever. This is exactly why this school is so flexible, to give every student a chance to fulfill themselves. Tezuka is a painter, so she should paint, and have an exhibition. That's what artists do. She should be allowed to concentrate on that, not these other frivolous classes. She should be encouraged. If you think about it, it's really quite obvious. His counter-arguments are not very convincing, but I'm having a hard time trying to make any kind of rebuttal. My grudging silence is interpreted as assent, and Nomiya turns to shuffle the stack of turned-in assignments on his desk like a deck of cards. I have to say, while we're talking about Tezuka's exhibition, I'm very excited to see how it turns out. She's still so young, yet has such wonderful skill and style.
He's talking to the air, to relax the mood that got a bit too negative.
I take it that you will be attending?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, we'll meet there next. I take that as my cue to leave, and I do, although I'm not happy about it. My message didn't get through, to say the least. That is a perfect example of how much this bastard sucks. I hate him. Do we have... Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember. The day after that, all the missed opportunities and things I should have said come crashing down on me. There's nothing left to do afterwards but brood. Second day, I begin to feel anxious. I start doubting my doubt, and it feels stupid, especially since I still can't think about anything else than Rin. Third day, Japanese exam and world history exam. Great. The thing I hate most about her is she can make me feel this awful, even though I should be focusing on entirely different stuff right now. Fourth day, math exam. We have a math exam. It goes how it goes. I don't care. Fifth day. Numiya asked me again if I will attend the exhibition opening. I can't say no to him, even though I seriously want to. I just don't want to discuss with him anything Rin related, so it's just better to take the path of least resistance. On the sixth day, the day before the exhibition opening, I find Rin standing in the hallway in front of my room when I return to the dorms after dinner. Okay, this is not the... but I will make a save here. Right here. What are you doing here? My tone is angrier than I intended. I'm a little disappointed that I was unable to restrain myself, but it can't be helped. Rin just stands there, like she just happened to coincidentally be standing around here when she has no business being. The way she reacts so coolly to everything annoys me now. Not good. It's been 6 days and the sight of her has me boiling. She hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Finished painting. Shouldn't she be at the gallery? Preparing? They said no. I guess the gallery owner does that part then, getting the paintings framed, hung on the walls, and whatnot. So, why are you here? Felt like it. The same old stupid pattern emerges again. Asking her questions to which she replies with answers that don't answer anything. Because it's the only other way we can converse. Apart from me listening to her blabbering about whatever, which isn't really a conversation. Is this a play? Are there some unseen roles that we have unknowingly set ourselves into, dictating the rules of engagement whenever we see each other, inevitably leading to us hurting each other? Her nonchalant answers, accompanied by even more nonchalant shrugs, leave me none the wiser. I guess I should be happy that the exhibition preparations are complete. When I walk into my room, I hear her footsteps following me in. I didn't invite her in. I won't ask her to leave. She claims my bed without asking permission, making me wish that I had taken the time to make it before I left in the morning, then stands up again as though she sat on hot coals. I half lean against the single corner of my desktop that isn't cluttered with stuff, to rest my legs at least a little bit. Rin spends a few moments glancing curiously around my room. It makes me realize that she's never seen it before. For a moment, she actually looks like she's concentrating, trying to get everything. This must be the eye for detail that makes her an artist. Since the room is small, she quickly runs out of things to look at, but nothing else transpires, allowing the uncomfortable silence to take over the atmosphere. Finishing trying to call it. That's exciting! Can't wait to see what it looks like. The mood is chilly, to say the least, and both of us are on guard, waiting for the other to make the first move. Of course, Rin could play this game forever. So it has to be me. So, I give up because she'd never try to open conversation, and because it seems that she wants to say something, and I want to get it over with. Why else would she be here if she didn't want to talk? I don't know what to say myself. I want to be angry, but I can't bring myself to yell at her or anything. My voice catches her attention, and she tries to search for words as well, but it seems that she's not entirely certain as to why she's here either. And so, Rin simply takes a few steps to close the distance between us and rises on the tips of her toes to even out the height difference. It was a bad idea. Maybe you should forget about it, and I will too. It's a reflex, and almost as an afterthought, the words no, yes, and maybe simultaneously surface inside my mind. My hand is between her lips and mine, a wall that I raise to guard against something. Her breath feels warm against my fingers. The scent of her skin lingers about, the mysterious, indescribable sensation that captures me and draws my eyes deep into hers. The look in her eyes is surprised, quizzical as to why the impertinent hand prevented her advances. Her eyes are really big and glistening with moisture, and staring right into my own with a soft gaze that I'm having a hard time to match. Rin's half-open mouth makes her look even more confused, although the sensual way her lips are arching is signaling something completely different. Please. I need you. The words come from her throat as a coarse whisper, meant only for me, bypassing her tongue and teeth without giving them a chance to interrupt. They sober me in an instant, and I clumsily flinch back to get a little bit of distance between us, painfully scraping against my desk in the process. Maybe it's her choice of words, maybe the way she says it, but something in it puts me off. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong again. Need me for what? All the unpleasant feelings emerge, again, and I feel my heartbeat suddenly increasing at least tenfold. Rin's eyes go out of focus and back again as her body relaxes from its tense state. She stands upright again. I don't think I was thinking about anything. Why do you draw patterns in that dust on your night table? There is a word for that kind of thing, but I can't remember. Her remark almost throws me off track, and I glance over her shoulder at the small table next to my bed, but I can't see anything from the distance. So she needs me for nothing specific. Just happened to come by because she thought I'd be glad to see her after she shut me out, no complaints accepted, for a week. Completely altruistic motives? Felt like it? Bullshit. I can answer myself. To play mind games with you, with whenever you want. To kiss whenever you want. To ignore whenever you want. To fulfill your whims whenever you want. Is that it? What you need me for? My voice is sounding very angry again, even to myself. Good. Rin, too, finally catches the mood, and her curious expression changes instantly to something more uncharacteristic. No. She leaves it at that, her eyes restlessly wandering around, searching the room as if the words she tries to find were written in the tapestries of my walls. Then what? I needed to paint. Paint. Of course. That's what artists do. The words reverberate through my being, beating in my blood over the piercing whistle of my anger. Don't give me that, Rin. Not some damn muse of yours, free to play with for the sake of painting. I am not some medium for whatever you aspire to. I am me. So what if I don't know anything about my future? There's things I want and things I care about. Even I can dream of things other than nightmares. I'm yelling, but I'm way past the point of caring about things like that. Rin looks down at her toes and wiggles them a little melancholically while she takes in my outburst without saying anything to defend herself. Only after I have finished does she try to respond somehow. I can't do anything else. Or, I can do all sorts of things, but I can't do. It's the only thing I sort of do properly, most of the time. I understand completely. Art first, everything else second, or thousandth. What about me? Am I nothing? When I was interested in art, did that make you feel like I was a little interesting for a little while? Tell me. I really want to know. Did you ever think about my perspective, or is it just all you? The words rise like bile in my throat. She looks alarmed, and also completely uncomprehending, as if she doesn't understand what I'm angry about. I can't believe she could be so stupid. One second. I didn't want to... This time it's Rin who interrupts herself in mid-sentence. Don't you understand? I can't. Can't what? You never explain. How am I supposed to understand anything if you never say anything? Why don't you ever talk? Say something. But she doesn't. Venting my anger at her feels satisfying. It feels wrong to take so much satisfaction in it, but I can't stop. Not wanting to face my anger head-on, Rin turns around to steadfastly look out my window, even though there is nothing to look at. The worst of my ire gone, I shut up as I can't be bothered to keep on yelling at the back of her head. So silence finally returns. I try to discern some hints of her reaction through my adrenaline-distorted vision. My feedback was not the best kind, but I hope Rin got the clue that she just can't ignore everything else whenever she feels like it. I'd hate it if she didn't. She never listens to anything. She's so unaffected by the world around her. Not this time, it seems. Her body is shaking, like from holding back tears, but I already know that Rin is not crying. Her indifference made me so furious. Now that it's gone, I'm at a loss. I wonder, did I go too far? Look, Go away. Go away, Hisao. Her voice is tiny and tired as she says this, but I hear the words clear as day. What is there to say anymore? This is my room. The blunt, hollow remark is a fitting conclusion for this unpleasant discussion that became an even more unpleasant and very one-sided yelling match. After a moment of collecting herself, Rin just gives up. I can see it from the way she slumps her shoulders and walks out. Even though she deliberately looks to the other direction, I can see how she's biting the corner of her lip so hard it might start bleeding if she won't stop. As she makes her exit, I realize that she left the door open when she came in, and my yelling must have echoed around the dorm hallways. I sigh. Now that she's gone, I am left alone with my guilt. As the thumping in my chest slowly subdues, anxiety replaces it. Somehow, I feel that none of this would have ever happened if not for me. No matter how infuriating, unbearable, and outrageous Rin is, she's not the Rin I thought I knew. The Rin that I expected Rin to be. Was it me who caused all this, by talking Rin into taking her chances with the exhibition? Am I directly responsible for Rin becoming like she has been for the past weeks? I can't think of any other explanation for her weird behavior than the exhibition and all the things that came along with it. Maybe it was the only way that could have brought us closer, but all it did was separate us further away from each other, and now beyond the reach of either of us. I bang my head hard against the wall. Twice, to make sure it hurts. Slight variations on the same theme. Alright. Here is where things split. Because he still went to the gallery. The sea. Oh, I'm so sorry for when we get the neutral ending. I'm so sorry. A headache is relentlessly thumping against the back of my head as I push open the door to the set 22nd corner. Apart from that, I'm perfectly calm. After venting on Rin all that anger that I had bottled inside, it felt like a great weight had been lifted from my heart. The tension that had grasped my mind for the past few weeks faded away without even leaving a shadow behind. In this nearly zen-like state of enlightenment, I realized that perhaps it was a bad idea to yell at her like that. I really meant it, but what good does blowing up like that do? Nothing. I am not like that. I don't normally yell at people. I don't know why I did yesterday. So I keep feeling really guilty about it and wanting to take my words back. Rin is probably upset too. Even more than my own behavior, her reaction shocked me. I always thought of her as unchanging, detached from her surroundings so that seeing my yelling get her so upset felt out of place. I wonder if she understands how I feel. In Rin's world, everything seems to be so absolute and subjective. Absolutely subjective, as if she was completely unable to see things from other points of view than her own. But ultimately, is anyone able to do it? Maybe objectivity and altruism are just illusions for people who like to think of themselves as compassionate. Just like art is an illusion for people who think reality is merely a veil for something greater. Even when you stop thinking that the world revolves around you, or start thinking outside of the mythical box, you are just inside another, bigger box that you can't escape. Maybe that, ultimately, makes her like the rest of us. I step through the door to find a gallery full of illusioned people. Despite Say's remarks during my earlier visits, I always thought it was very spacious. Now, when it's crowded like this, it looks positively cramped. I immediately notice Say standing in the middle of a lively discussion, busily chattering with some old gentleman. She's actually pretty tall and kind of cool looking, so she stands out in the crowd. There are a few dozen wine glasses on the tables along the back wall, filled with burgundy liquid. A vast majority of the guests are sipping from their own glasses. The socialites and art connoisseurs are mingling happily, exchanging mild opinions about Rin's art, which seems to be a secondary object of interest for most. I feel distanced, excluded from the other people here. I can't claim even at a stretch to be a social chameleon, so this situation is quite unnerving. Since I don't blend into the crowd at all, I just fake that I do, trying to look as cool and smooth as I can. I wonder how Rin is handling all this. If it was me, I would be quite freaked out. Throwing the anxiety aside, I try to carefully navigate through the crowd, stealing peeks at the framed paintings now hanging on the wall. Rin's exhibition takes about half the gallery's wall space. Some paintings are less familiar than others, but I recognize most of them. Some I've seen being created at club meetings, after all, or remember from the time when Rin was choosing her portfolio. I note that a couple of the unfinished paintings are framed and on the wall as well. Maybe that's what they call coincidental art. Even Rin's failures, if you can call them that, become exhibits of her skill. Quite paradoxical. She herself is nowhere to be seen, which is strange because even though it's crowded, the gallery is pretty small. Those are nice paint. Yeah, I like what they did for paintings in this. It's very nice. It's fine, sort of. I don't know how to face her after yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't have even come. But I promised various people, Rin included, that I would, so... Damn, it sounds like I do things because I do the things I do because some kind of instinctual properness compels me to, not because it would be sensible or not. They were very interesting. Yeah, I like the style on them. I sneak closer to Say, to wait for a lull in the conversation so I can chat her up too. Even though her voice is almost completely buried under the general background noise, I hear bits and pieces of her talking about Rin. Yeah, she's a high school at a local school. Even though she's graduating next year, I'm sure various art schools would be interested in. I thought it'd be interesting to have an exhibition of someone who is still in early stages of development. It's so strange. It's like Rin is some kind of mini celebrity, even though this is nothing but a small exhibition opening at a small art gallery of a small town. In fact, there's a friend of mine from... It's Hiseo. Oh, it's... My eavesdropping is interrupted by a familiar voice and a familiar slap to the back. I don't need to guess the source of either, even without turning around. Hi, Emmy. Hi, are you, like, a representative of the art club or something? I don't see anyone else from the school here. I don't know, really. I guess I am if that's the case. What about you? What about me? You didn't think I'm interested in art. Is that it, Hiseo? No, that's not what I... Well, maybe a little, if you put it that way. I mean, even though you hang out with Rin, I've never heard you talk about art with her, so... Emmy huffs and looks around her, looking discontented. It's true, I don't get it at all, but she came to my track meet, so I thought it's only fair to return the favor. She leans closer, trying to look confidential, but only managing to look conspiring. Do you get art? No, I don't. At all. My emphasizing headshake draws a giggle and a cheery headshake of her own out of Emmy. Me neither. Hey, let's go talk with Rin. I bet you haven't yet, because I haven't either. Come on. Before she has a chance to forcefully drag me to Rin, Nomiya appears behind her with Rin in his tow. She's not dressed for the occasion, instead opting for the usual school uniform and unkempt hair. Maybe her natural look is what suits her best. Hello, teacher. Hi, Rin. Unfazed, Emmy greets the teacher cheerfully, causing him to turn around and look down confusedly. Who are you? I'm Emmy from school, class 3-4. Don't you remember? She looks positively shocked at the prospect that there could be a person who doesn't know her. Oh, sorry. You are in the same class as Shizuka is, right? Yeah. Oh my god, my voice. You'll have to pardon me. I have trouble remembering students who don't take art. Don't mind, don't mind. Hi, Rin. Hello. Congratulations for your super cool art thing. I'm sure you'll be a big hit. She throws her arms into the air for boisterous emphasis, almost hitting me in the face. And look, Hiseo came too. Rin doesn't look at me, nor does she greet me. Congratulations, Rin. She keeps averting her gaze, pointedly looking at her sandals. Oblivious to the tension between us, and ignorant of what happened yesterday, Emmy keeps on blabbering about this and that to an unresponsive Rin. I guess she's used to not getting much out of her at times. Before long, Nomiya and Sei turn to Rin, introducing her. Expecting it, I catch the second of confusion when the guests see her arms. Sei is luckily on the ball and briefly explains about our school. Doubtful face is quickly changed to curious. Would you mind telling us something about your art? I thought the development is quite easily noticeable. What do you yourself think of the differences between the older and more current works? It's quite rare for someone so young to dabble into abstraction. It would have been interesting to see how you work. Oh, definitely. I assume you use your feet. Must have been a great trouble to learn it. You should be proud. You'd be pursuing a career as an artist after school. She's bombarded with so many questions she can't even hope to answer all of them. Maybe that's for the best. Rin tends to talk nonsense more than occasionally. So where do you get your ideas? That's the fifth worst. Rin keeps stumbling with her words, looking more and more vexed at the expected inquiries. Everyone is waiting for her to say something, but she looks like a cat got her tongue. Each question piling up just adds to her distress. I fail to hear the question that is the proverbial one too many. It's like a motor stalling. Rin just freezes for a long, long second until she falls on her knees, hitting the floor ungracefully like a sack of potatoes. Are you alright? I don't know. Tezuka, what's wrong, girl? I don't know what's wrong. A terrible silence falls upon the people gathered around Rin. Everyone is petrified, not knowing how to react to her sudden seizure or something. She breathes with deep, trembling gasps, as if she was running out of air, staring ahead of herself with hollow eyes. Seeing that nobody does anything, I force myself to step to Rin and lift her up from the floor, letting her lean against me to keep her standing. She got bombarded with questions. Would you like some fresh air? Okay, let's go outside for a bit. I don't even wait for her to answer before grasping her shoulder and pulling her past the stun-looking Nomiya, Sei, Emmy, and guests. Excuse us. Not used to it at all. The cold evening breeze hits my face at the door. I let go of Rin and she leans against the stone wall, trying to catch her breath. You alright? I couldn't say anything. Rin is still not looking at me, so I look away too. The streetlights and colored neon signs twist my vision into a blur of near blindness, forcing me to look back. At least she talks, even if she's not directing her words to me. What did you want to say? Maybe both of us can imagine that we are talking to an invisible friend. I don't know. Something that would have meant something. The silence lasts for a long time. I don't feel comfortable being alone with Rin. I'm not good at imagining things that don't exist. Or that things don't. Or things that exist don't. We should go back in. The guests say invited her in there. They probably want to meet you and talk with you. You know, ask you questions and stuff. About those paintings you work so hard for. I don't want them to ask me questions like that. I can never say the right things. What do you want then? That someone wouldn't have to ask questions from me. Here's the choice. Alright. I'm going to load it on this one. Because we're going to get the neutral ending first. And they follow a completely different set of scenes. So this takes us from the scene to wavelength to blue period to the world only you can see. My absolute least favorite scene. But aren't you happy people are interested in your painting is the wrong choice. But aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? I mean, isn't that why you went ahead with having the exhibition and all? Of course they would ask you questions if they think it's interesting. It's like having sunrise twice in a row, when you want to bathe naked in the moonlight. Nice, but it's not good enough. I complete the sentence for her, even though I don't understand her inappropriate metaphor. I don't get it. You should try to be happier. It's your big night, after all. All these people are here to see your paintings. I think it's awesome. I wait for her to say something, either for or against, but Rin keeps brooding. She doesn't want to answer questions, or explain to me what's wrong. If she had something to say, the words are left unspoken. The words that she cannot say. I shudder against the chill wind that blows in the streets, and its howling fills the silence. We should go back in. You got everyone worried. Ah, there you are. Feeling better? It can get pretty hot in here. A dizzy spell can catch you off guard. We made the decision to go into the neutral ending first. We chose to not understand anything about Rin. You should drink something if you're feeling weak, Tezuka. Rin nods weakly, but it seems to be enough to convince Nomiya that she's fine. He pushes Rin a bit forward to introduce her to the person he was conversing with before. So, about what we were talking about before. Yes, I'm very excited to meet. I am shut out of the conversation, and the background noise of dozens of other discussions fills my ears with indistinct buzz. Even Emmy has disappeared somewhere. Standing in the middle of a crowd is a surprisingly lonely feeling. Not only Rin, but everyone else here seems to be a part of something I am not a part of. I am happy for her, I really am. But it makes me feel that I haven't accomplished anything yet. Rin is living proof of the potential of a human being. She overcame her disability, even made it a strength. She should be happy. What is my potential? Rin made it this far, but how far can I go? Oh. The final 3 scenes. Wavelength. The last day before summer vacation is waning slowly. Science is the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearning for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today. Who knows? I've already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm doodling lazily on the flip side of the paper, waiting for Mutoi to call time. Is that Yuko? Hey, that's a reference to, Nichijou. I recognize that. It also prevents Misha from trying to covertly look at my answers over my shoulder. She might fool the inattentive teacher, but I can tell that she is trying to look. I guess it's her best bet at passing the test. Doesn't make me feel any mercy, though, so I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sounds in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Mutoi's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the backstage of consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I probably should make the trip back home and report to my parents that I'm alive and well. Not much to do at the school anyway, I suppose. Next trimester will be stressful. Everyone will have to seriously start thinking about what to do after graduation, including me. A look at my doodles convinces me to stop trying to salvage them. It's a mess of lifeless lines. A waste of paper if it wasn't the flip side of an exam. Maybe it's because I didn't really set out to draw anything in particular. I just wanted to kill some time, so the drawing became exactly like I am, without a direction to go. It'd be easier if I had some special talent like Rin. She has it easy. It makes me kind of jealous. It pisses me off that she herself can't seem to be happy about it. And time. Mutoi's call for the end of the exam draws groans of displeasure from half the class. I don't blame them, the exam was kinda tricky. Mutoi expects a lot from our class, even though he's not strict at all. I guess he'd like all of us to become scientists. Put down your pencils and turn in your papers, please. The biggest groan comes from the desk to my side. Misha's despair is almost tangible. The dark aura of lost hope emanating from her seat makes me simultaneously frightened of her and sympathetic to her. Now then, there should be homeroom before you are free, but I only have a few announcements to make, so this should be over quickly. His announcements are never important, so I listen to him only with one ear. Misha seems to be too down in the dumps to even pretend attentiveness. She slumps her head against the desktop, looking stricken. Cheer up, Misha. It's vacation. Don't worry about the test. Thanks, Hee-chan. Her frown becomes a small smile, and a sparkle of excitement lights in her eyes. What are you going to do over your summer vacation, Hee-chan? I'm going to Shi-chan's place. They have this awesome and super cool mansion. I'm so excited. I'm sure it'll be the bestest summer vacation ever. She seems to have forgotten all about her misery in a few seconds, and bounces up and down on her seat as if to pump up her excitement. I don't really have any plans, I guess. Is that so? Maybe you should. A finger tapping her shoulder steals Misha's attention away from me. Shizune points to Mutoi, who's expectantly looking back at the two of them. Sorry, Shi-chan, I didn't notice teacher finished already. She clears her throat and takes a deep breath. Stand. I stand up with everyone. Since I came here, I've always wondered about something. What do the wheelchair-bound students think about this daily tradition, being unable to do it properly? Is it a faux pas to keep to this tradition in a place that bypasses many others for convenience? Even though I never asked anyone, during these short weeks here I've come to the conclusion that they definitely are not insulted. They understand. That's what I like about this school. Nobody is too uptight about anything. Everyone is so considerate and understanding of each other. I wish the whole world could be like this. Bow? Is this still wavelength? I turn the page slowly, listening to the rustling sound the paper makes when my fingers grasp it. I'm restless. It's the summer vacation. No class, no homework, no art club meetings. Just free time to spend however I want. It doesn't feel like anything. I try to cheer up Misha, but I'm not feeling too cheery myself. To be honest, the free time is intimidating. It reminds me of the hospital and the long, meaningless days that had to be filled somehow. The only difference is that there I was bound to the ward, guarded by the Cerberus-like nurses. Reading was a good solution back then, but the thought of spending my summer vacation reading books feels nerdy. That has nothing to do with the fact that I'm reading even now. I'm just killing time and trying to fight my anxiety. Besides, my mind is on other matters, stretching in too many directions to make sense of any of them. Thus, the book I've been on since Tuesday is progressing slowly. Feels like this book is taking me longer to read than it took the author to write. Try to put it down for a while, then read some again. Start all over from the beginning, read each page twice.
Nothing works. I have 0 concentration. Taking it with me just in case, I head out to get some fresh air and inspiration as to what to do. I make my way to the quad, passing by students heading for the gates. The hastiest ones are leaving for their homes already, judging from the luggage some are dragging with them. I guess that no matter how hospital Yamaku is, home is still home. Still, I heard some people will be staying here over the vacation. The quad is big enough for its center to be shadowless, no matter how high or low the sun is. I stop at the middle and bask in the warmth. The brightness makes me squint my eyes when I look towards the main building. It looks all but abandoned already. Yuko wasn't at work today, so next time I can get books from the school library is after vacation. There is a public library somewhere, I'm sure, but I'm feeling too lethargic to find out where it is. The hall is equally dead, so I have to content myself with returning to the dorms, ending my leisurely walk sooner than I expected. Then again, I wasn't quite sure what I was expecting in the first place. On a moment's impulse, I enter the girls' dorm to see if Rin or Emmy are there. Neither is, so I go back to my own room to dwell on my lethargy. I should talk things through with Rin. She really bothers me. Defying the conceptual equivalent of gravity, she balances on the thin line zigzagging between insanity, incomprehensibility, and instability. Rin affects me too. She challenges me in ways that I didn't know, or more accurately didn't hope, existed. I've started to wonder whether these feelings are really love, or if I was just fooling myself. Surely it would be insanity to consider that. For the rest of the day, Rin, the hospital, Yamaku, and vacation swirl through my head. I can't concentrate even on concentrating. Thoughts seem to come and go haphazardly, fragmented into 2 small pieces of cognition. I pick up the book and manage to read 100 pages, but I'm sure by tomorrow I'll have no recollection of what happened in the story. I try to clean up my room, but even that proves to be too bothersome, too time-consuming, and requiring too much attention to detail. It's usually like this. When you have nothing to do, you do nothing even if you could. As expected, Mom calls me and I end up promising to see if I can get a train ticket for tomorrow, or failing that, the day after. Maybe I'll go downtown tomorrow anyway. I could do some shopping or something. It's not that I need anything, but maybe there are summer sales and I could pick up something. Why am I trying to force myself? Before, I was content with having nothing to do, save for kicking the ball every now and then at the field. Now it seems that I can't settle down at all. Is it because I have changed, or because my world has changed? By 11, the darkness bids me to sleep. The medication bottles are innocuously arranged on my night table, not at all beckoning, rather pointedly reminding me of the reality instead. It's evening, so I have to open 3 bottles, extract 1 large oval-shaped one, 2 small ones, and 1 large flat that is to be cut into half, close the bottles, and chug down the medication with a chaser of fresh tap water. The water tastes metallic on my tongue. I swallow it along with the pills anyway, and head to the bathroom. The mindless job of brushing my teeth is fit for trying to sort my thoughts. One emerges from the mass, clearly rising above the others. I want to see Rin. I can't let my outburst of anger be the last thing between us before vacation. I have to see her tomorrow. Sleep overcomes my confused mind with more ease than it should. I don't like what's coming up. I don't like this. Blue period. Right here. Oh. Rain is falling on my summer vacation, like an uncountable number of small bad omens. Luckily, I'm not superstitious, but the bad weather makes me downcast too. It's been like this since morning, and there is no end in sight. An impenetrable gray mass of cloud shadows the sky as much as it shadows my mood. In a bout of defiance, I finished cleaning up this morning, but after that was done, I ended up staring out of the window in hope of the weather clearing. The incessant drumming of rainfall against the roof,
and the pavement is mesmerizing, a droning background noise to lose your mind into. This won't do. I have to get a move on. Should I pack now or later? I decide on the latter and make my way outside, pausing briefly at Kenji's door to listen to the odd clunking sounds from the other side. I don't dare to knock, out of the fear of finding out what he's doing. Braving the rain from under my trusty umbrella, I cross the space to the girl's dorm. Knocking on Rin's door yields no answers, but the door behind me opens instead. Hiseo? Hi. Terrible weather. I even missed my morning jog. She frowns, but I would be glad if I was her. Emmy's morning jogs are anything but leisurely. Oh, hi, If you're looking for Rin, I don't think she's there. Have you seen her recently? Yeah, just this morning when I woke her up. Mention of waking up makes Emmy yawn like a cat, and makes me feel silly. Of course she has seen Rin. Emmy wakes her up and helps her get dressed on most mornings, even makes her lunch boxes every now and then. They're like sisters, even though they seem to have nothing in common. I wonder which one is the elder sister. Probably Emmy against all odds. She is really diligent, even though she gives the feeling of someone who would be a total airhead. Why does it feel odd that she's so dutiful under that cheery grin of hers? She left for the gallery a few hours ago. Hey, are you listening? Maybe I'm making a funny face or something, since Emmy tilts her face quizzically, looking at me with eyes round and inquisitive. Her innocent face seems to request my attention. Yeah, I'm listening. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course. She furrows her brow, licking her lips as if to prepare for something. Why do you care so much about Rin? I mean, you probably hang around her more than I do. We even slept in the same bed sometimes until, lately. After she banned you because you ravaged her hair? A shock of horror widens Emmy's eyes at least twofold, making them seem even more saucer-like than usual, while the healthy blush rises on her cheeks and ears. She told? Oh, I'm gonna strangle that Rin or something other horrible. I hold back my laughter, lest she direct her disdain at me. Emmy recuperates quickly from the embarrassment and seems to forgive Rin in the same instant, getting her focus back on me. Anyway, are you in love with her or something? Uh-oh. This really feels like an elder sister questioning a suitor. Emmy is kinda nosy and not in a good, happy way. There even is one to begin with. She'd make a good partner for Misha, to be honest. The horror, Those who know. But that's for next stream. That little tidbit of information is not for now. That's for later. That's already your second question, so I don't think I have to answer. I try to conjure up a front made of pure crystallized cool and uninvolvement, not knowing. Oh, you'll know. I wonder whether I managed to fool even myself. At least Emmy is waggling her eyebrows dangerously, with a nasty smirk on her lips. Is that a yes? No, it's not a yes. Obviously unsatisfied at my refusal to answer her way too intimate question, she has enough sense to back off. I'm kind of afraid of... Oh no, it's a funny thing. It's a brief. It's not a bad thing. It's just funny. Lot of things changed, is all I have to say. Doesn't stop her from sticking out her tongue at me like a kid and giggling again. If that's your answer, I don't think I have to talk with you anymore. Easy to see that she's not really angry. Besides, I have to go pack now. Mom will be worried if I miss my bus. See ya. Yeah, bye. She retreats back into her room, leaving me alone in the hallway. What's between me and Rin is not her business, right? That's why I ended up not saying anything about our fight to Emmy. Rin must not have said anything either. I guess, even though they are friends, there are things they don't talk about. So if Rin is at the gallery, I'd have to go all the way there. Now that I managed to get out of my room, I suppose it's not that much of a bother to go downtown. I could go get a ticket, but the train back home will have to wait. At least until tomorrow. No way I'm going to carry baggage to the train station in this rain, even if there's not that much of it. Is this still blue period? Rain makes all outlines seem very unstable, as if they were fading away. The townscape turns into a shapeless collection of various fuzzy tones of gray, instead of distinct forms of buildings and cars. Those poor souls who are forced into the downpour try to make as much haste as they possibly can, pitying each other for their shared misery. This rain is loud. I turn the final corner, the 22nd corner, so to say, and immediately feel stupid for being amused by my own pun. The door beckons me with promises of warmth. The rainwater dripping from my umbrella makes interesting, almost artistic patterns on the floor. I am not wet, apart from my shoes that leave small puddles in my wake, completing the rainwater artwork. Nomiya is here too, chatting with Sei at the back of the gallery. Rin's nowhere to be seen, though. Maybe she's upstairs. There are no customers, though, which figures considering the bucketloads of water dropping on the neck of anyone daring to brave the weather today. Welcome. Hello. Sorry to interrupt.
Ah, good afternoon, Nikai. Came all the way here for a visit.
No, I think it was just an impulse. I was around the neighborhood shopping and decided to stop by. My reflexive reaction is a white lie, which surprises myself. Maybe I just don't want to say that I came specifically to see Rin, even though that much must be obvious. My, you chose a bad day for shopping. Would you like some tea to warm up? Thank you, but I'm fine, really. The weather could be better, though. Rain on the first day of vacations is a bit depressing.
Ah, well, I'm sure it'll get better.
Nomiya offers his hearty laughter, bordering on abrasive. Rain doesn't get you down, teacher?
Well, I do prefer clear weather as well. I was actually leaving just now to meet someone. I prefer not get my jacket soaked. It's very expensive. But of course, I'm in a good mood.
What did you think of the exhibition?
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very fancy. My unenthusiastic answer only spurs him to carry on, walking around the gallery while blabbering about the opening. He talks more and louder when he is moving, something I noticed at the club meetings too.
We got to talk with many good people and make valuable contacts. One of Tezuka's paintings even got sold to a collector from Osaka.
I follow his eyes to an empty space in the wall. I can't even remember which painting was hanging on that spot. Well, it's gone now.
Was lucky that she was alright despite that dizzy spell. She got a little quiet though, so I told her to rest well. And again, she's always been pretty shy.
Shy? Whatever. I just nod along with the teacher.
The reception was very positive in general. Might be able to get one of my friends to write a little article in a magazine to...
Shinichi, you're meeting. You're making Mr. Takahashi wait. Taser Mark makes him stop in his tracks and check his watch. Nomiya frowns in displeasure at the interruption to his tirade.
All right. Yes, well, I'll be off then. We'll meet in September, Nikai.
Bye. Wow. Teacher really doesn't hold back when it comes to Rin's budding artist career. I guess it takes a lot to succeed, but I suppose his job would be easier if Rin was more cooperative. She's too indecisive, even though she's doing just fine. Like that dizzy spell from the night before. She just got freaked out or something, and I didn't even do anything to help her. I sigh. It feels like the gap between me and Rin is only widening. She's going to become something great while I'm still feeling like I'm bogged down, despite promising myself to try and make something of my life. On top of that, we had that fight, and the longer we keep not talking, the harder the wounds become to heal. That even is what we want. I never found out what Rin felt, and now I'm not sure what I feel myself. I wish I could understand her, but Rin is not very open for interpretation. Not that she's hiding anything, she just seems to defy my attempts at making sense of what she's talking about on any given day. Something on your mind? I realize that I've been spacing out in the middle of the gallery for who knows how long. It's nothing special. I pretend to study the closest painting to distract her. I've seen it before. The now all too familiar strokes of color, twisting and melting into each other, seemingly randomly, still manages to feel like there is something happening behind the scenes, so to speak. Rin's style is so much like her. Abstract, incomprehensible, colorful, mysterious. I wonder if to understand an artist, one must understand art. I may have a question. Oh? She looks up from the magazine she was idly leafing through, seeming delighted at my display of unspecified interest. How do you interpret art?
What do you mean? Her eyebrows rise high into questioning arcs, as if the question was too complicated to even begin to answer without clarification. Sorry if I'm asking something stupid. I don't think I really understand art like the pros do. Oh, there's no trick to it. Say waves my question away with a simple but efficient flick of her wrist. Everyone interprets art as they will, and interpretation is as much in the eye of the beholder as in the intentions of the creator. Pros have their own way, because there's a thing called art theory. There are patterns in art, just like in everything, and we assume that it is possible to draw some conclusions from observing those patterns. Her voice is like a teacher's, lecturing and adding emphasis on random words to keep the listeners on their toes. In the end, I suppose it's pretty meaningless. She moves to musing, seemingly to herself, muttering loud enough for me to clearly hear. A good piece of art will make you feel something, and that's all there is to it. Feelings change and they affect the art we create, and the art we see. But I'll tell you a story. Do you have to? The last one was depressing. It's important. Listen. About 100 years ago, a little-known painter got news that his friend, a man called Kasagemus, had committed suicide. This happened while he was away, and he hadn't seen his friend for a while. So obviously he must have felt even more conflicted than you normally would after hearing of such a thing. For 4 years after that, our main character did nothing but monochromatic paintings, because he was so deeply affected by the news. Whatever he did, he always kept returning to the same color, till it let him out of his grasp. She takes a little pause to check whether I'm still following. I am, to an extent. I give her the prompt that storytellers seem to live for. So it's hard to continue from that, as I can't seem to come up with the question she wants me to come up with. Like a half-baked Socrates, she thought she had laid out all the tools for revelation in front of me. Don't you see the point yet? Only, her student proved to be too dense to get it. She looks discontent at my slowness. Picasso's Blue Period is one of the most lauded in the history of art, but who knows what he felt when he worked on those masterpieces? Sadness? Longing? Regret? Nobody can tell. If you now see one of his Blue Period paintings, you'd probably interpret it differently from before you knew about Picasso's friend Kasagemus. Experiencing art is always personal, only interactive by chance or circumstances. There are a million explanations for any given piece of art, but it might be that none of them are what the creator intended. No man is an island, you know. I nod without understanding what the last remark means. Come on, Hoshiuta! It's not that difficult. No man is an island, because no man is unaffected by his surroundings like an island is. No man is completely isolated from the influence of other people and other things, no matter how they might feel. It is not that hard, correct? It's a good example for Rin. You've completely misinterpreted Rin the entire time, Hoshiuta. Rin is not an island. As aloof as she may seem, she is not unaffected by her surroundings. What she said made sense otherwise, except for one thing. If art is communication, like Rin said, but everyone is talking their own secret language, like Sei said, what can anyone ever hope to communicate? It seems so futile and pointless. Art really is not a thing for me. Sei returns to her art magazine, and I make a round in the gallery, trying to see what Rin can see in her own paintings. A soothing mood takes hold of the gallery, surrounded by the rainstorm, the big windows making the transparent isolation feel more comfortable. A tinkle of the bell disrupts the tranquil mood. Rin pushes the door open with her shoulder and steps in. Are we still? Yes. I had almost forgotten that she was the reason why I came to the gallery in the first place. I think I'm ready. She pauses mid-sentence, noticing my presence. The needle-dropping silence lasts for exactly 1.5 seconds, not enough for either me or Sei to open our mouths, but enough for Rin to react. I'm going for a walk. Heading back outside with a reckless pace uncharacteristic of herself, Rin seems to forget that it's still raining. Without giving it any real thought, I grab my umbrella and hurry after her. I fucking hate... No, I hate this.
Do I have to play this? Do I have to read it? I don't want to. But we must.
I catch Rin around the corner, open the umbrella, and lift it above the two of us while still having to almost run to keep up with her. She doesn't protest me running after her, nor me giving her shelter against the rain, eventually slowing her pace down so I can match it without immediate danger of overexerting myself. I relax from the rush, assessing the situation. The last time I held my umbrella to guard both of us against the rain, I didn't think too much about it. But now, all the things that happened since then are gathering into a freezing cold ball around my stomach. Being close to her makes me uncomfortable, and I feel myself flustering slightly. It's hard to get words out of my mouth, as it feels suddenly very, very dry. Still, it's not like I can back off. Why do you keep running away? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. It hurts every time I do. Sometimes it can't be helped. I don't want it to hurt. Fine, we don't have to talk. What should we do? Let's just keep walking. Just walking? Just walking. Okay. Our footsteps go splish-splash in the shallow puddles forming on the streets as we walk through the rainfall. Rin, now walking beside me in her unhurried and relaxed manner, doesn't seem to be even a bit bothered by the fact that she is getting wet, even though she needn't to. She is partially out of the protective shelter of my umbrella, despite it being more than big enough for the two of us. It's as if she doesn't even notice the rain drenching her shirt. Rin's demeanor always evokes mental images of meditative calm, even when she might be in inner turmoil. But I don't think that is meditation. That is just getting soaked in rain. I wish I could be more calm, too. I've become too involved with Rin to retain my usual aloofness. It feels like I have become one of those people who fool themselves into thinking they're objective, only to find out they are the worst kind of liars. Yep, we're on the scene. I hate this scene. It hurts. It's horrible and painful. We have to read it. You will understand. You will understand. Illusions to fool ourselves. What better way to make one feel like a good person? It might be better to lose that illusion. I'll be going back home for some time, so I thought I'd come to see you before that. It is time for the pain. I could have thought of a better conversation opener, but Rin actively refusing to talk makes it hard. That's good. I might have thought you'd have been kidnapped otherwise. You can't keep running away from everything. Not even from me trying to talk seriously. I'm always serious. Also, I seem to be running very slowly right now. Maybe I should take lessons from Emmy. It's futile. Like talking to a brick wall that randomly spouts sarcastic nonsense back at you. Think of your exhibition opening. What if you had run away? Rin doesn't answer to that. She just keeps walking, or running slowly, escaping from me into her silence. She has a knack for being alone in company, I've noticed. We head down the street, then turn left, then 3 times right, then left again. It's like that night from some time ago. We keep choosing directions randomly because it doesn't matter where we are going. All that matters is walking and the sound of raindrops drumming against the umbrella. Water flows down from the roofs of the buildings and into the storm drains in wide rivers. Even though I try to step over them, my feet are getting wet through my shoes. We keep walking in silence that just begs to be broken again. I'm sure I am the only one feeling like this, though. Why did you have the exhibition? Rin just shrugs sullenly and looks in the other direction. I give up at this point. It's pointless. What did she want to accomplish? What she said at the night of the opening made me feel that there was something special she wanted. It felt to me that Rin hoped for something unattainable. She set the bar high, and inside her own head she failed, no matter how much people liked her works. It's understandable to lack realism. Most people do, even if not quite on the extreme level Rin takes it to. but it's not a reason to live in your private world that accepts no visitors. You can't bend the world to fit your twisted, megalomaniacal cosmology, where everything works just like you want. That's what frustrates me the most in Rin. She wants the world to live by her rules, disregarding everything that conflicts with those as irrelevant or unnecessary. I can't believe how anyone in Yamaku could not have that bare minimum perception to understand that the world can sometimes be very unfair. I'm sure she's not the only one who wishes some things were different, but we can at least grasp the facts as they are. I take a sideways glance at Rin, who's looking up at our dome-shaped cover. It is a poor replacement for a real sky in its monochrome bleakness. The rain just keeps falling. Just like the clouds today, Rin doesn't really give the feeling of wanting to be watched. She sulks, in unison with the sky that she loves so. I shouldn't have come. Her presence only reminds me of how angry I got because of these exact same reasons, and how those reasons probably can't ever change. Even though I want to say I'm sorry, even though I don't want us to break apart, I can't bring myself to say either of these things. We keep measuring the rain-drenched streets one step at a time. Often, when you walk with someone else, your steps become synchronized as if through some weird subconscious pact. I notice that ours never do. Oh, does it have to stop raining? Time passes, and the strikes against the drum skin of my umbrella fade as the clouds above slowly disperse to reveal a cerulean blue. Eventually, the rain yields enough for me to close the umbrella, shaking the excess water off before I do. While I wrestle with the mechanism, Rin stops so abruptly that I take 5 steps before realizing that she's not with me anymore. Stupid umbrella seems to be jammed. No!
Not this CG.
When I turn around, I find her staring at me with an impassive face. I wanted someone to say, "I understand how you feel." Wouldn't that be great? Is that an answer to the question from before? I'm not sure. Yeah, but why is it so important? Because otherwise, I don't know if I can bear this. I was still in the middle of folding my umbrella, so I just answered something to get the conversation going. But what she says now freezes my blood. If someone says a joke and laughs, you laugh with them, because a joy doubled is a joy tripled, right? If someone is hurt and sad, you comfort and hug them, right? Because that way... She pauses, her mouth still halfway open, then remembers to close it. A gloom sets on her face, and simultaneously on my heart. I don't know why the right words never come out. I don't know why I can laugh only when I make myself. I don't know why everything stays only inside me, even when it feels like I'm going to burst. Her flat, expressionless face does not waver even when she says that. Her usual steady voice becomes only slightly quieter than normal. But who would ever want to feel like that? Rin looks at me, and I imagine the sadness reflected from her eyes, whether it really is there or not. I don't. I don't want to feel like that. We stay silent for a little while after that. Rin, because she said all she has to say at once. I, because I have no clue how to process what she just said. I don't understand what Rin is saying. Or I do, but I don't want to. For the first time, both of these things happen, and it has to be simultaneously. The irony is not lost on me. I think everyone wants to be understood. It's universal. But that is impossible. Not only for me, but for anyone. They said so too. You affect other people and are affected by them, but in the end you see everything the way only you do. All people are alone. We just use each other to alleviate that loneliness. I wonder why I put it like that. I just felt that what Sei told me rang true, as if I'd always thought like that, without knowing it. It feels like she articulated my thoughts in clear, simple words in that stupid story about Picasso. Rin droops her head like a withering flower, letting her bangs fall in front of her eyes so that I can't see them. Why do you say that when you made me feel otherwise? It's unfair. The shaky voice that says those words does not belong to Rin. I really thought you could be different. That I wouldn't have to be alone. It's a bitter voice of disappointment, spoken through clenched teeth and a quivering chest. I'm sorry. If you are, why do you say something unfair like that? Her demanding tone invokes no particular feeling in me, apart from sadness that has been there since yesterday evening. She doesn't intimidate me at all. Not anymore. Rin is not a prodigal art genius, nor an unpredictable idiot savant who could tear the logic lobe of my brain into shreds whenever she opened her mouth. She is just a girl that I thought I loved. A loved one who wanted to be my friend. A friend whom I let down. I say that because saying otherwise would feel like lying. Why? Simple questions are the hardest ones. I have to close my eyes so I can focus my thoughts enough to answer her. I'm no artist. I can never be on the same level with you. There is a world only you can see, and to be part of it, I would have to become you. That's something I can't do, no matter how much you wish me to. Rin takes in my explanation without batting an eyelash. I'm not a real artist either. I just paint because it makes me feel like I can really feel something. She holds her breath for a while before releasing it in a long, sigh-like flow. That's why I'll do it. I have decided I'll do it. If even Hoshiuta says that, then that's what I will do. Do what? Rin starting a little shows that she had regressed into talking to herself again, but I'm glad I can snap her back even now. Teacher and say, have talked with someone who is a very important person. I got a scholarship for a big art school in Tokyo. He said I could transfer there and start after the summer is over, if I wanted to. I don't really get why. Hold on, what? Why didn't you tell? I just did. You were the first person I told, because I decided it just now. She keeps her cool, looking only mildly surprised at my shocked interjection. It's ridiculous how easily she can say something so life-changing. I can't believe it. After what happened in February, I've had enough change for this year. Even if things are going badly right now, I don't want everything to change. But what about Yamaku? Don't you want to graduate with everyone? My plea evokes no emotion. Everyone who? Ebby. Me. Everyone. I feel my pulse rising unnervingly, and my breath becomes fast and shallow. I don't want this to happen. Their life is not mine. You just said that everyone is alone. I didn't mean it like that. You always said that you have to seize the day and start living your life. I have to live my life too. Rin is twisting my words to justify running away again. Makes me angry. Her ease, finality, and seriousness in announcing this is unacceptable. As if changing your life is something you can do on a moment's whim. No. How can you say that? Why don't you even try to belong? The desperate accusation has no effect. It feels like I am once again out of weapons, that I can't reach through to her no matter what I try. Rin is so frustratingly absolute in her own judgment that it might make me hate her if I didn't love her, even though I don't know which way I'm feeling anymore. Maybe I am that kind of a person. The kind of person that belongs only to herself. I won't accept that. Her nonchalant eyes do not seem to care whether I accept her decision or not. The pause lets me cool down, define my sensibilities. While I do, the parting rain clouds reveal a setting sun that still has time to shine its last few warming rays before calling it a day. A mosaic of light and shadow spreads on the walls of the buildings, on the street, and the fence circling a park on the other side of the street. Rin's shadow was long enough to reach my feet. It's like one of those Western movies with two cowboys staring each other down, ready to sling their guns at each other. The one who loses his nerve will eat lead. I realized I would have the disadvantage because the sun is behind Rin, stinging my eyes. Do you hate me? She draws first, and I have no counter. I don't know. Did I lose? Even if I did, what would it matter? I scramble for words that could salvage this. I find none. You are my friend. I promised you that. I'm not the kind of guy who forgets about promises. I think that is the most important thing. We could try to... Don't say it. Predicting what I was going to say, Rin throws herself into my arms, pressing her body against mine. I feel her rising to her tiptoes to match my height and snuggle closer. The scent of her hair is that of rain and paint thinner. Her body feels as cold as always. Her breathing against my neck is as hot as always. It's funny how all of those feel so familiar, even though Rin, as a whole, does not. Are you sure you can't hate me? Rin whispers into my ear so close I can feel the movements of her lips against my earlobe. It's teasing, taunting. If this was some other kind of situation, I'm sure it would tickle tantalizingly, and I would giggle, even though I'm a guy. It would be easier if you did. Dunno, it's pretty hard when you're hugging me like that. I wonder if it's because of my sullen voice, but she takes a step back, looking wistfully at her short arms. I wish she hadn't done that. I can't hug anyone, Hoshiuta. I'm a bad person like that. That's why I have to go. She disarms me completely with 3 simple sentences, rendering me unable to argue anymore. And since I can't, Rin is free to continue as she wills, shifting her weight from one foot to the other before she does. I will learn to hug people in my own way. I'm sure I can become a real artist. But if I do, I might not be able to be me anymore. The hint of a smile on her lips is a betrayal, a full sign of self-confidence in a future that even Rin can't foresee. I'd want to interpret it as a sign of hope, but I know better. Rin just keeps smiling that awkward, forced smile of hers. That's why. Please forget about me, and I will forget about you too. I'm sure that... She chokes in the middle of saying something I would never come to hear. I don't think I'd want to hear it anyway. This is not fair. Rin is not joking. Rin is always serious. But I can't accept it. I can't. Forget about you? How could I ever? That's what I'd like to say. But I don't know how I would continue. I can't come up with anything good to say, so I have to challenge her. How can you say such a thing? Rin raises her eyes to meet mine. They are serious and deep. A perfect image of the uncharted territory I always thought they were. Even now, I can't read her emotions from those unblinking jade irises that never could reflect what they saw. It's easy. After all, I am good at forgetting things. Her unfairness is choking my throat, but I manage to utter the question burning my mind. So, is this it? Is this goodbye? Rin kept looking at me gently, without answering my question. From her eyes, I could see that she didn't even need to say anything. There were no more words for us. She turned around and walked off without looking back. All around me, the world kept changing, little by little, but I was left standing there. The sun dropped below the horizon, casting long and thin shadows across the street. In the waning light, Rin's distancing back seemed to be like from a faraway dream. The gap between us grew slowly. The ripples on the puddles she stepped on expanded until they met the limits of their tiny existence and disappeared without a trace. Her words stayed frozen deep inside my heart. Neutral ending. Yeah. Neutral. Fuck. Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ. I wish I had words to say. I wish I had, like, something I wanted to recap on the ending of that one. I don't. I just don't. At least the bad ending has you slam the door shut so thoroughly it has a sense of finality. This just hurts a lot. The neutral endings are always worse than the bad endings. And this is the worst one of them all. I hate that scene. I hate that ending. It just hurts. Prevalent feeling in the bad ending is anger. Here it's betrayal. Wouldn't even say it's betrayal. It's just... it's a feeling of failure. Betrayal doesn't seem like the right word, but failure seems like the right word for it. Nobody betrayed anyone. Instead, you failed to do what you set out. He said, like... how could you say that when it hurt, when you hurt me so? Just letting Rin down, and it was that exact line is... I wanted someone to say, I understand how you feel. Wouldn't that be great? Why do you say that when you made me feel otherwise? It's unfair. I really thought you could be different, that I wouldn't have to be alone. It's... those 3 lines. They hurt. They're so viscerally painful and gut-wrenching. Boy. In my opinion, this is the most painful ending. My order is... the most painful is Rin's neutral. Second is Rin's bad ending. Third, I put Hanako's bad ending. Fourth, I put Shizune's neutral ending. I think it's just a neutral ending. I don't think it's actually a bad end. It's just a... okay, it actually is a bad ending, but it's the most painful bad ending. And then fifth, I'd have to put Hanako's bad ending. Hanako's is a lot like... it's the inverse of Rin's, where it's Hanako who kind of blows up. Hanako's the one who gets upset and yells. It's scary. There's a line from that. Actually, I'm gonna go find that one right now. Here we go, Hanako's roots. I gotta go find the actual line, because it's the perfect summary of what it is. Misstep is the scene it's called, and the line is... Where is it? As I go through, I keep my eyes on the girl in front of me. She's not broken. Hanako isn't broken. If she was broken, then I'm just as broken as she is after all that's happened to me. That line is viscerally painful. Because it's a realization of what she wanted you to know at the moment when it's completely unsalvageable. It is... But I guess if we go look at our extras now that I've managed myself a little bit more, there's those. This one you get normally. This is the neutral NCG. One that's left over. We look at our library. We have 6 scenes. I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break though. I'm gonna get some more water, use the bathroom, all that stuff. And then we're ending on a good note. We're ending on, in contrast to the most painful ending, maybe the most beautiful one. I very much love this ending. I've said it before, the final CG is my computer desktop background, so we're not ending on a bad note. We are going to get to see some good. I'll be back. before going back. Six scenes left. A good ending to experience. Just clear away that sad mood. And let's make the right choice. After Rin collapses at the art gallery. So this is a choice I do want to talk about a little bit, actually. Now that we've seen the neutral ending. Aren't you happy people are interested in your paintings? What is that? Why did you think... Why was that your thought that she would care, Hiseo? She doesn't want people to ask questions about her stuff. Because she can't explain it herself. So what if you found someone who didn't ask questions? There's a lot about how Rin thinks. But if you found someone like that, then what? Do you really think that would be some kind of be-all, end-all thing? Star-crossed lovers and happily ever after? My question is met with a blank stare, the darkness in her eyes unfazed by the thinly veiled bitterness. No, I don't think that. But at least then I wouldn't have to be alone. She whispers the words to the lights of the town, but I hear them anyway. I shouldn't have done this. Not yet. The exhibition? She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly out as if to prove she can, and continues talking to herself. That's another thing. Remember the scene where where you argue with Rin in your room? She says it was a bad idea. She didn't specify what it was, but I'm pretty sure Hiseo interpreted it as the activity from the night before the fight. They fell before they fell asleep together. That's what Hiseo interprets, but she meant the gallery. He just wasn't able to say it at that time. She nods and closes her eyes, breathing calmly out as if to prove she can, and then continues talking to herself. Why? Wrong conjunction of the planets? No, not that. I double-checked, and I got up with the left foot, and did everything else right. It's me. I was wrong. She stands straight and stretches before stepping past me out into the street. Wait, where are you going? She stops on her tracks and turns around, looking at me quizzically. School. I'm leaving. What? Why? Because I want to be me. Rin walks off, leaving me behind, utterly confused. So I have to go now. I need to sleep because tomorrow I have to go to work. I want to stay longer. Not a problem. I'm glad you can make it out. I hope you'll get to come back and watch the good ending. I'm sorry that you have to leave on the bad endings. I did see you finish that. I'll check it out after the stream. I can't wait to see how it looks. Thank you for hanging around, though. I appreciate it a lot. Rin. But something she said really touched me. Or maybe it was the way she said it. Maybe it was the fact that she said it. I want to say something back to her before I forget this feeling again. As if granting me a wish, Rin stops in her tracks. She doesn't turn around, just keeps waiting for me to say what I want to, even though I didn't have time to think what. Rin, listen, I don't believe you have to be alone, even if you never meet anyone like that. I don't know if she heard my words, but either way, she doesn't react in any way. For the final time, she starts walking away from the gallery. So, where's Tezuka? I can only shake my head, but as it doesn't seem to be a sufficient answer, I have to say something. She ran away. What? The horrific realization spreads on his face like wildfire. This is a fiasco. Catastrophe. What is that girl thinking? The most important event of her life and she just runs off?
And you, why didn't you stop her? I'm gonna hold you personally responsible.
Sei interrupts him, holding her hands up calmingly. It's good she intervened. The teacher was starting to get a few weird looks from the nearby guests. Now, Shinichi. She probably just had stage fright. I don't know her as well as you people do, but I did get the image that she is somewhat peculiar. This kind of thing can happen. It'll be fine. I'll explain that she suddenly became ill. The guest will surely understand. But look around you. Everyone seems to be rather happy with their free wine and chit-chat.
The guest will be fine. We're missing out on opportunities here. Networking, making contacts, and acquaintances.
As the adults keep arguing about something that can't be helped, Emmy tugs my sleeve to get my attention. She doesn't look very happy either. Come on. Where? We are going to find Rin and kick her ass. What? I can't believe it. She's so stupid. That Rin, how could she do this? I'm telling you, she doesn't have a bit of common sense in her head. Emmy is seriously angry, only missing steam rising from her ears. I guess I understand Emmy. She is that kind of a person. Give up has never felt like a part of her vocabulary, and maybe she feels it shouldn't be a part of anyone's vocabulary. It's probably best to leave her alone for tonight. What? Are you a Rin expert now? She takes a firm stance and puts her hands on her hips, confrontationally. It's like she wants to pick a fight with me, too. No, I don't think that's even possible in the first place. I just don't think kicking her ass will do her any good. My melancholic remark surprisingly works as Emmy slumps her shoulders a little and sighs. I know that. You do? The last time I did that, it changed nothing. The ride back to school in an empty late-night bus is silent. Both of us keep staring at the lights flashing past the windows without saying a word. The nightly grounds are quiet, lit only by the wan moon and yellow lampposts. We say our goodnights in front of my dormitory. Emmy, reflexively clenching her fist, compels me to ensure that she won't assault Rin the moment I let her out of my sight. Promise me not to go scold her? She looks up at me, her eyes again flaring with anger that I match with as calming a stare as I can. It's only easy to face an angry woman if you are not the target of her ire. After a minute of the mismatched staring contest, she sighs and shakes her head in defeat. You are too nice, Hiseo. Did you know that? Hints of a smile are tugging the corners of her mouth as she says that, and she seems a lot more relaxed. What a sudden change of mood. Maybe she wasn't as angry as it seemed to begin with. Maybe her moods change easily. If I was, I would have let you have your way. Does that mean you're only nice to Rin? Both of us are hiding our concern behind empty jokes, but at least it puts me in a good mood. Emmy waggles her eyebrows with a half-amused smirk, trying to push my buttons. Not gonna work. No, it just means I'm not nice only to you. Hey! Good night, Emmy. Emmy in this route is very fun. This is Desperate Glory. The last day before summer vacation is waning slowly. Science is the final exam of the trimester, and then we are free. The collective yearning for liberty is almost palpable in the classroom, even though the weather seems a tad cloudy. It might rain today. Who knows? I've already finished the test because it was pretty easy, so I'm doodling lazy on the flip side of the paper, waiting for Mutoi to call time. It also prevents Misha from trying to covertly look at my answers over my shoulder. She might fool the inattentive teacher, but I can tell that she is trying to look. I guess it's her best bet at passing the test. Doesn't make me feel any mercy, though, so I just ignore her and look around me. It's quiet. The only sounds in the classroom are the quiet shuffling of papers and Mutoi's constant coughing. It makes my awareness of the surroundings slowly drift to the backstage of consciousness, giving room to other things. Vacation, huh? Some people will stay at the school, even over the holidays. Some will go back to their families. I don't know what to do. I should go buy a train ticket for my trip back home, but I can't bring myself to do it. I bet I'm going to get a call from home again. Mom's going to pester me about when I'm coming back, and I'm not going to know what to answer. This is really lousy. In the current state of things with Rin, feels like I can't just bail out of here and pretend we are through. And now, she has other problems of her own. I thought that the exhibition opening would give her a breather, but I was sorely mistaken. The tangle just seems to thicken. A sharp knock on the door interrupts the quiet but frantic mood of the last 15 minutes of the exam.
Come in.
The opening door reveals the art teacher, who steps in with his jacket swirling around him as though in a gust of wind. He glances at Mutoi, who glances back at him. A frown spreads simultaneously on both of their faces as the men measure each other with their gazes.
Excuse me, could I borrow Mr. Nakai for a moment?
Excuse me, Mr. Nomiya,
But we are in the middle of an exam here.
a chilly atmosphere suddenly spreads in the middle of the summer afternoon as the two men try to stare each other down.
This is urgent, and it seems that Nakai has already finished.
Both men turn to look at me, staring at me like a pair of basilisks trying to petrify a tasty snack. It's true that I've been idle for a good while, so Nomiya is right, but...
Nakai, would you like to check your answers one more time?
Mutoi speaks with an odd intonation, weighting certain words as if trying to send a message. The pressure from their stares makes me rapidly shake my head, which is apparently interpreted as an answer of some sort.
Very well. Nakai, go with Mr. Nomiya, if you please. Take your bag with you and bring your test paper to my desk. You have a nice vacation.
You too, teacher. The entire world, well at least the classroom, seems to hold its breath just for me, putting the exam on hold until I stand up, collect my stuff, and walk to the door. I can feel the stares in the back of my neck. My classmates probably think I'm in for some detention or something on the last day of the school before summer vacation. I don't know what the teacher wants from me, but I can guess it probably is not detention, and also that it probably has something to do with Rin again. Nomiya doesn't take me anywhere, contenting himself with the hallway, as it's completely abandoned.
Do you know where Tezuka is?
So she is trying to avoid the teacher. Par for the course, probably. I wonder if she realizes that she can't avoid dealing with this indefinitely. I have no idea. You probably asked in her homeroom next door.
Of course I have. I've searched every nook and cranny of this blasted school in the girls' dorm.
You were the last one to see her since yesterday, and you were her friend. Work with me here. Aren't you worried? I am, but I don't know what I could do. Rin did something incomprehensible yesterday, even for her. She seemed really confused. Maybe she just wants some time to think then. I got the feeling that she had second thoughts about having that exhibition. Or something. She really didn't explain what was wrong.
What second thoughts?
I don't know. Just got that feeling. I am being a little dishonest with the teacher, but this is not something I should be meddling with. He came to me, yes, why? Maybe he thinks I'm some kind of confidant of Rin's, but I don't think I can help with this matter. The teacher huffs and scratches his head in confusion.
What's up with that girl? This is so unlike her. She's always been so goal-driven.
Goal-driven? Those don't really strike me as words to describe Rin with. To me, she always felt obsessive at best. I don't mean to be rude, but wasn't it you who pushed Rin to that direction in the first place?
Her goal is my goal.
Fuck off!
That is a mentor's job.
I guess so. I just don't know if painting can make her happy.
It's pretty preposterous of you to say, Nakai.
He suddenly sounds pretty irate. Did I say something stupid?
You don't understand, do you? It's not a question of happiness. For every gain, there is a sacrifice to be made.
I hate this motherfucker.
There is no free lunch, but would I let that girl waste her talent if she had a moment of doubt? Never. Painting is work just like any other. Tezuka might make it look like child's play to you, but she works hard every day to make her art. To become extraordinary, one has to make an extraordinary effort.
The more the teacher talks, the more I feel that Rin doesn't think like that, even though I have no idea how she thinks.
I can very well understand why she would sacrifice her summer vacation and make up for the lost classes and exams to get a chance at showing her art. This is the path she has taken, and to go all the way, that's not easy. I know she is young and things are hard for her, just like for all the kids here in this school. But that's no excuse.
He is finished. But
do you have anything like what art is to Tezuka?
no. That's right. I only have vague ideas of my future. No goal to shoot for, no dream to blindly reach for.
I joined the art club in search of something I could be interested in,
To get inspired by. Did I find something like that? All I found in the end was Rin. No, I don't have a passion like that.
Then you can't understand.
His flat statement allows no counterargument. She might not understand even herself. Still, I carry on arguing, out of spite, if for nothing else.
How could she not? She's been at it so hard for the past few weeks that she put out even coming to school, not to say anything about attending class. Don't be ridiculous.
I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but as I have no rebuttal, Nomiya seems to consider this one his win.
At any rate, the opening was quite successful, despite Tezuka hardly showing up. Many people were interested in her work, and one piece was even sold for a reasonable price.
Well, that's nice, isn't it?
Yes, it's fantastic news. I'd hoped that Tezuka would come to her senses when she heard about this, but...
He sighs and takes off his glasses, cleaning them against his jacket before putting them on his nose again.
At any rate, I should be going. There's this mess to be settled with Sei and everyone. If you see Tezuka, please ask her to come see me. Otherwise, have a nice vacation.
Thanks. After he has disappeared around the corner, I ponder where Rin could really be. Feels like she's not one, but at least half a dozen of these secret places. I balance between the desire to solve this tangle and to drop it for good. The disused classroom is just a few feet away. What to do? As I push open the door, only the shadows greet me from the inside. Hey there. She's standing in the middle of the sunlit room, peering through the gaps of the curtains out into the yard. Like so often before, she doesn't start or jump, just calmly waits for me to make the first move. As if she's trying to become a permanent part of the furniture. Is this problems of self-referential logic? The teacher's looking for you. A blank look over her shoulder is all I get, accompanied by a cryptic non-expression on her face. Are you looking for me too? Nah, I already found you, didn't I? Did you? She furrows her brow, looking so puzzled that it makes me wonder if the question was asked in all seriousness. Maybe it was. Are you talking metaphorically now? Do you mean like eels, caves, and dark stormy nights? I am bad at talking like that. The abruptly ended greeting gives me a chance to close the door behind me and sit down on a dust-covered desktop. Rin stays standing, but at least she turns around. I soon wish she didn't, though, so oppressive is her expectant stare. This is her place, and I'm an intruder, although a tolerated one. Despite that, she still waits for me to say something. If only I knew what. The sunlit silence presses me towards decisions. I came here without really thinking what I would do, apart from delivering Nomiya's short message in case Rin was here. She was, and now I don't know what else I want to say. What else I should say. I hover between my two options for a moment. Rin being troubled troubles me too. It's a surprising revelation, almost as big as realizing that she really is troubled was. Nothing I can do would probably help, and I might be partially to blame too. Does it mean I should just wash my hands of her? Didn't think so. So, what's wrong? Nothing. She starts to turn away again, as if trying to physically exit a conversation she doesn't want to have. Rin, stop trying to dodge me, or I'll leave. Okay. Do you want me to leave? Are you still angry? It took us, or was it only me, 10 seconds to swamp the conversation into this. I wish we could erase the past, or, failing that, forget all about it. I wished for that more than once in the past few months. Let's put that aside for the time being, alright? If you say so. I do, so what's wrong? Sei and Nomiya were not too happy that you just ran off yesterday. You left them in quite a pinch, and I suppose the teacher wants some kind of an explanation. It seemed like you just threw out everything you had worked for, and I don't get why. Did I make a mistake? My reprimanding and her flat answer go so much against the usual expectations and presumed interactions that it might just as well be somebody else talking. Neither of us is like we used to be. This stiff, constricting feeling I get every time I look at Rin nowadays seems to be mirrored in her own behavior. I hate things that go irreparably wrong. Ever since February, I have hated them. What can I say? Her question is trailed by a compelling, quizzical stare that makes me sigh and frown. Conversations nobody wants to have are the worst. I don't know. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it probably was pretty stupid. She responds with a sigh of her own, although hers is not nearly as heavy as mine was. I just couldn't do it. Why? What's wrong? A pause, a furrowed brow, a quiet voice. Let it be, Hiseo. I don't think I can really explain it in a way that would make sense. Yeah, Rin doesn't want to have this conversation either. It may be for the better. But how rare of her to admit that even she has some kind of limits. I always thought Rin was all but ignorant of her tendency to get distracted, so much that she inadvertently obfuscates everything she says. You never explain anything in a way that would make sense. Nobody else has ever asked me to. I guess that's how it is. But I always wanted to make sense of you, to find out who you are. I still want to, can't you see? I know you can't, but I do. Is that why I keep this up? It pains you as much as it pains me. It's unlikely to be of any use to either. We did things and said things that can't be undone. It's as if you and me being close to each other just hurts us both, but we still deliberately keep doing it. Isn't that silly? Even now I can see how you force yourself to respond, even though you owe me nothing. Even if it's hard to talk about things like this. Why? Why is it that you paint? Because I don't know what else I could do. It's like this feeling that there's no choice, that it's the only possibility. Like when there are only watermelon-flavored popsicles left in the store, but you need to eat a popsicle. Her poor metaphor aside, she didn't really answer anything. If possible, this makes even less sense than not knowing. But if you don't want to paint, not like that. You had to come to this school, even though you probably didn't want to and have a heart attack. She pauses, frowning as if something in what she said didn't please her. At least I think you wouldn't. Her carefree follow-up is followed in turn by another shorter pause with another smaller frown. Would you like to have a heart attack? No, I wouldn't, and I didn't want to. But you're doing fine, aren't you? Or are you still sad about it? Rin's question makes me realize that I haven't really thought about my illness for weeks. Aside from chugging down my medication every day, there's been no need to concern myself with my broken heart, which I'm only thankful for, really. Getting to know new people, a new school, a new town, a new life. It has all caught me and made the past fade away. No, I guess even I can't dwell on the past indefinitely. See, even watermelon doesn't really taste bad if you have to eat it. Her half-nonsensical closure seems to put an end to the subject in Rin's mind, so I just nod in uncertain confirmation. There are two kinds of silences, awkward ones that you want to break, and comfortable ones that you don't mind. The first kind is bad, because it makes your thoughts go awry, like mine do, now. Looking at Rin makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel like this. Looking at Rin makes me feel exhausted. I really tried my best. She tried to I have no idea. But we ended up like this, and she ended up screwing up her exhibition opening. It feels like we are at a dead end. There's no direction to continue to. I reached out for her yesterday, thinking it would be the last time. She walked away. I want to be me. What the heck does that even mean? Rin, if anyone, is most definitely herself. I feel kind of relieved that I'm not the one to blame, but this still grates on my mind. Why did she run away? It didn't make sense yesterday. It doesn't make sense today. The things she said feel like they should make sense, but they just don't to me. You know, about that thing you just said. Which one of them? Painting. Stay said something like that to me before, that a true artist does not paint because she wants to, but because she must. And I've been wondering about what she said. Why do artists have to paint? The question is probably pretty stupid. At least Rin looks at me in the blank way that seems to say so. I don't know. Am I an artist? Well, you paint stuff, and you have an exhibition too. I'd say you qualify. I think I still don't know, but okay. The thinking pause that follows seems to last for half an eternity. Unlike most people, Rin doesn't flavor her thinking pauses by body language or saying like or anything. I've noticed that I might prefer her way. The usual way even annoys me, as if people were so infatuated by the sound of their own voice, they just have to keep making some noise even when they are just thinking what they could say next. Rin just comes to a full stop while she is thinking. It's disconcerting, because reacting to people spacing out is always hard, but she comes off as less obnoxious. I think I want someone to see what's inside of me. Not the way doctors and serial killers do. The way that doesn't make me feel lonely. This is what you call metaphorical, you see? Please don't lecture me about self-evident things. It's not self-evident that this is self-evident. So, you present a painting to someone and expect him to magically see a glimpse of your soul. It's not like that. It's just a little like that, but not really. Don't you understand? I do, and I don't. You know, I feel a little bit of despair every time you ask that question. What question? About whether I understand you or not. She seems almost surprised at my clarification. Oh, it's not really a question. It's one of those kind that you don't have to answer. Rhetorical. Yeah, that's the word. A question that is not a question is a rhetorical question. How nice. That reminds me, it doesn't really make sense. What kind of a question is one that isn't a question? A rhetorical one. What kind of an answer is an answer that doesn't answer anything? Is that a rhetorical question? You are not funny. But if you don't like it, would you like me to say something else instead? I don't have any good ones, though. How about, your pants are on fire? This can be our secret language. Rin's honest-to-goodness silliness, made twice more ridiculous by the fact that I know she is dead serious, derails me like it always does. It's like some kind of a safety lock to prevent me from becoming too much of a worrywart, dragging even my own thoughts off the ground where they should be. It makes me smile confusedly, but only on the inside. Even though the corners of my mouth are not drawing into a grin, I'm still impressed by her ease of wrecking any attempts at being too serious. Could she, should she will so, forget and ignore things that bug her, things that bother her? Could she, should she will so, be free of whatever burden being her means? Or am I the only one who feels burdened by being myself? No thanks. But still, the times when I feel that I'm on the same page as you are pretty rare. It feels like there's this huge gap, and sometimes you just go to the other side, and I don't have any way to reach you from where I am. It's like you are in some completely different place at times, even though you're right here. That's right. There's an insurmountable discontinuity. An imaginary glass wall that blocks comprehension from happening. There might be such a gap between any two people, but with Rin it feels more tangible. Rin does not react to my thoughts, not to the ones I uttered aloud, nor the ones I did not. It's even worse with art. I couldn't sleep, lol. Oh no! Hopefully you're not too tired tomorrow. We haven't missed a whole lot, though. I'm not very good at art, I admit it. I joined the art club because I thought it could be interesting. And I guess it is. I like art. I like your art too. But just like with you, I can't comprehend it. And I'm pretty sure nobody really can. This seems to worry her slightly. Do you think so? Yeah, I guess that art is meant to be interpreted, not understood. That's how I'd put it. That's a sad thought. I guess it might feel like one. Does it make you feel sad for yourself? Rin thinks about this for a while, and then shakes her head surprisingly vehemently. The first thing she focuses her eyes on afterward is me. This is the good ending, yes. It just doesn't seem like it because there's more scenes. Both of these things make me feel glad and relieved. That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you should go see the teacher and apologize properly. I think he's worried about you. Can you do that? This time she nods her head. Only it's not as vehement. The hallway is empty, almost intimidating. Nomiya's office is the art classroom at the other end of the third floor hallway. Our steps echo disturbingly. The atmosphere is unlike on a normal afternoon. It feels like the school knows that nobody will be coming back for a month, too. The door is open, but not very inviting. I'll wait outside. Is this... Now we're on Measuring Shadows, yep. This is really the Nomiya is a bastard scene. Like, I guarantee you, if you have not hated Nomiya before, you will hate Nomiya after this scene. Nodding barely noticeably, Rin strides in without stopping, and naturally without knocking. Maybe that's why it takes a few seconds before I hear the teacher's voice from inside.
There you are.
Hello. A conflict arises. Should I stay here or go somewhere else? I'm not sure if I even want to eavesdrop on them. Manners lose to curiosity, and so I stay close enough to listen in. Their voices echo in the hallway, but no matter. There is nobody around, save for me.
Dear girl, what on earth were you thinking, leaving like that on the big night?
I couldn't say anything. Compared to Nomiya's scolding tone, Rin sounds awfully quiet and withdrawn. Her words seem to drown under his.
I have to say, I'm very disappointed in you, Tezuka.
It was no good at all.
Never mind all the things I did for you. What about Sei? What about all the guests who wanted to meet you?
There was nobody. Even Hiseo.
You've embarrassed us very badly, Tezuka. Reputation is what counts. Surely you know that.
It's all right. I don't need it.
Don't need? What do you think you know?
Rin's replies only seem to agitate the teacher more, his voice rising with every sentence.
The path of an artist is a thorny one, I'll tell you that. Thorny. You have to see the big picture. There will be bad times and good times.
Things are like they are. It'll be all right, even.
You might now think that it's oh so wonderful and easy, but how far would you have gotten without me? I won't always be there for you. When you lie on the floor of your minuscule room, your rent 3 weeks late, your mind blank for the 4th straight week, then you will wish that you had listened to old Nomiya a bit more. When you keep measuring how the shadow of your chair becomes longer over the spring because that's all your lethargy allows, maybe that's when you will start caring about your career.
That doesn't matter.
Your resolve is not enough.
I am not a resolved person.
You are not a resolved person. And tell me, why did we go through all this trouble if it amounts to a mosquito shit?
Oh dear. The teacher blew a fuse. Him yelling at Rin makes me feel bystander's guilt. If I had gone with her, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so angry. If I had not let her run away, he would not have gotten angry in the first place. I still could go and save her. I don't think I can. I was the same. I yelled at Rin too, and I'm feeling all the more embarrassed about it now. I felt justified to vent my anger at her face, just because I felt it was her fault that I was so frustrated. I was no more justified than the teacher is. A terrible silence sets upon the hallway. Rin does not have anything to say to Nomiya. Whether she has run out of answers, or she knows that arguing would only make him angrier, is anyone's guess. The teacher has nothing more to say either, it seems. Or maybe he just ran out of breath. For a moment, I imagine the two of them just staring at each other. One full of red-hot anger, the other full of... yes, what? I can't tell how Rin feels. Not before. Not now. Teacher seems to expect Rin to say something too, but since she doesn't, he finally continues in a quieter, but not less angry voice. What worth in there is doing so much work if the outcome is nothing? Still, Rin will not say anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten so excited. He does not sound sorry at all. Rather, his tone is cold and sharp, like he was spitting the words out of his mouth. Seems that I was expecting too much. You were not an artist, after all. Yeah, not sorry at all. He storms out of the clubroom and down the stairs without noticing me. After he is gone, I peek carefully inside the classroom. Rin is left standing there, in front of the teacher's desk. I couldn't say, I'm sorry. She says it into the humid air of the classroom, not to me. But since the room won't answer her, I will have to. That was unfair of him. He was angry, but still. I can't decide how to end my sentence. Disdaining the teacher feels like disdaining my own behavior from 2 days ago. Stupid, but correct in hindsight. Rin won't answer, staying petrified where she stands, so I walk up to her. She stood up for herself. In a way, I didn't expect that. I can't determine whether it's unbecoming or not, but either way, she did it. Against me, she never did. I sort of wish she had. Maybe I wouldn't feel this bad then. Lately, it really seems that I've been wishing for all kinds of things. Rin? Go away. Why? What are you saying? You're angry with me too, right? I thought you were my friend. I thought he was too. Her voice is unlike I've ever heard it. It's bitter, sharp like needles, and she keeps staring pointedly at her toes. I don't think it's about that. He wanted you to be something you're not, and... I take a deep breath and finally catch her eyes in my own, locking our gazes. I'm sorry. I wanted us to be something else too. More than friends. Maybe that's why I couldn't contain myself and became so frustrated, just like the teacher did. What more? There is nothing more to me than me. That's all I am. I don't understand that. Well, the answer should be obvious, right? I remember myself thinking of the purpose of friendship. To put up with everything and anything. To be there for your friend. Did I fail as a friend? Thinking it could be a stepping stone for something else. Maybe because of those thoughts, I didn't manage to put up with the things. To keep it together. As outrageous as Rin is and was, I shouldn't have let myself get caught into that, especially when I started feeling the way I did towards her. So, did I fail? That's what her eyes seemed to ask. I'm sorry, Rin. I might not be able to be your friend. I don't think I could ever be a good friend to you. I say these things because they are true, not because one of us would like to hear them.
The Epic Guy 69, hello, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it out.
But they are something that must be said. The finality of my words creates a shaking silence, for what could either of us add to that? Why? Why does all this happen? People are doing things I don't ask for and don't want, and everyone keeps getting angry at me. I have no idea what is going on anymore, and can't stop feeling like I want to run away from everything.
Oh, whoops. Why did they get you with the... It wasn't that many emotes. Nightbot, you're weird.
She shuts her eyes tight and breathes out deeply, calmly. When the eyelids open, all I can see is dark green desperation. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Her frenetic outburst stupefies me for a moment, and for a heartbeat we just gaze into each other's faces. Seeing her confused eyes, desperately looking for answers from mine, only makes me sad, because I know I have none. I don't know either. But you know, you yourself said that things are not right nor wrong. They just are. You either accept them, work to change them, or give up. Nightbot is very weird, yeah. It's not that I hate you, or that Teacher Nomiya does. I just think that I'm the kind of person who gives up when he feels he can't go on. And even if you hate it, this is how things are. I'm saying pretty cruel things, but I can't stop myself. The words keep rolling off my tongue with slow, hard certainty. I can see them hitting Rin almost like physical blows. As the wetness gathers in the corners of her eyes, they are still wide with the shock of rejection. As the tears start rolling down her pale cheeks, she does nothing to stop them. As they fall down on the floor, one by one, she stands still, staring at me with a gaze full of hollow disbelief. But reality catches up. Rin slumps forward as if she was deflating, and buries her face as deep in my shirt as she can. Rin is heavy and featherlight when I support her weight. She doesn't really sob or bawl, just leans against me, letting her tears burn through my shirt into the skin underneath. And I let her, bringing my head around her shoulder in a clumsy hug that does no good to comfort her. I can feel Rin's vertebrae against my fingertips, like hard and jagged reminders of how messed up things are. Her slim shoulders quivering against my palm is a pitiful sight, and the hopelessness of being part of the cause for Rin's sadness keeps shredding my heart. To make a girl cry is the most despicable thing to do. Even Rin. Especially Rin. Behind that veil of aloofness, Rin is just a human being, too. Just as confused, scared, and lost as any of us is. Most of the time it seems that there is no rhyme or reason for what Rin does and says. But for once I think I really understand how she feels. But no words can express it, and no words can make it better. So wordless we stay, quietly waiting for her tears to run out. Time passes agonizingly slowly. Even the lazy specks of dust floating in the air seem to pause into a standstill. The obligatory wall clock is ticking distractingly from above the door. I decide against counting the seconds, because it would make them feel longer. Eventually, Rin stirs a little, and still smothering herself against my chest, mutters into my shirt. Let me be here for a while. Please, Isao. Just give me a little while. A soothing deluge spreads into my consciousness. Knowledge that while being here for Rin is all I can do for her, that's all she wants right now, even after all we've gone through. Sure. So she stays there. But I still can't bring myself to draw her closer so I can embrace her properly. It's because doing it would make me so sad that I don't know if I could bear it. The realization that we might never really be able to become what we want to be for the other crystallizes into my mind as a diamond-hard enlightenment. A pang surges through my heart like an electric shock. It's painful. This clarity hurts. What can we be for each other? What meaning is there for us to desperately cling to each other, even though it seems so futile? What should I say to Rin? How can I make her feel better? I do not know any of these things, and I fear knowing them would only hurt more. Forcefully, I push all that out of my mind because I don't want to be thinking of hurtful truths. My thoughts calm down soon enough. The sadness disperses until all that is left is me and Rin, and the tender feeling of her warmth and softness against my chest. When did I fall in love with her? I can't remember, but I'm certain it was way before the warm touch of her lips on my own, on that orange-colored afternoon when she was sick with cold and I went to see her because of unclear reasons. Her carefree attitude, the air of otherness around her, all the things that make Rin herself. Those things captured me with irresistible force. The way she could take in anything and everything, giving it only the value she herself placed, weighing all things fairly and without prejudice, seeing the world as she wanted. This is something I could never do, and Rin was probably more of a muse to me than anything ever was to her. She seemed so free to me, truly a free spirit, while I, constantly worrying about everything, seemed so inhibited that it was almost embarrassing. Maybe that's why I latched so tightly onto Rin, trying to get inside her world that was so different from my own bleak life. Before I noticed it, that irresistible force had pulled me dangerously close to her, but it turned out to be way too alien for me. I had forgotten Newton, of all things. The gravitational force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the objects. So if two people feel something for each other, even though feelings are not governed by the constants of the universe, I can't help thinking that for some time now, I've been a satellite to Rin's brightly shining planet. Planet Rin. The thought makes me almost laugh. She really does seem to be from another planet at times, minus green skin and possibly some tentacles. Perhaps because of my stifled laughter, Rin pulls away and I let her go, feeling the cold when her warmth goes away, and slight embarrassment for letting my thoughts run wild like that. I credit that as Rin being a bad influence on me, while being glad at the same time that she can't read thoughts for real. Rin's bitter tears have dried up, and she looks a little more like herself again. The lost look in her eyes is still there, though. Her gaze wanders around restlessly before stopping at me. What happened just now? Can you tell me? What? What do you mean? I cried. She says that hesitantly, as if not believing it herself. Yes. She keeps staring at me, as if pleading guidance so that she wouldn't have to feel so lost. Why? You were sad. Is that what you want me to say? But isn't that obvious? I don't know. It feels weird to cry. What? I don't believe it. I mean, everyone does that. I bite my tongue before I finish my argument about normality. Norms do not apply to the person I'm talking to. It always felt so wrong. Different from what's in me. Like I couldn't really tell what I felt. So I started thinking that maybe I don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe it's me who is wrong. I thought those kind of things. I thought that painting was enough because it felt that I did at least that right. All is inside me could become a picture if I tried really hard. And it could. But it doesn't feel like it's enough anymore. Because if nobody else can see that, I will still be alone. Was it wrong to try? Everyone got really angry at me for that. I've rarely heard Rin say this much at once before. Once he finishes, she simply shuts up, looking so neutral that it's hard to believe she just said what she did. I don't know what to think. Rin was desperate for someone to look at her paintings and somehow see right through them into her soul, to understand her feelings. Because she felt she could not express them in any other way. How can one say whether that is right or wrong? Could it be that all this time, she's been trying to reach out to me, like I've tried to reach out to her? I sit down on a desk to think, and to rest my legs that kept both of us standing for so long. You know, when I read a good book or look at a starry sky or whatever, sometimes I too feel something profound. Like a... Shoot, I don't know how to describe it. But the instant I try to put it into words, I feel that I lose something. It doesn't feel as real and as true as it did inside my head. It feels a bit phony. Damn, even what I just said felt phony. I offer a smile that is meant to be between funny and self-deprecating, but Rin doesn't react. Anyway, It might be that nobody can ever express their true feelings so that others understand. Reality has no chance of living up to what someone has inside their head. Nothing can match that. Not even your paintings, except maybe for you. But I suppose you can't keep everything inside. You'd explode for real then. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's wrong to express your feelings, even if you use painting as your conduit. You just can't expect people to understand you any better than they would if you did it any other way. In fact, you can't expect people to understand you at all. It's because everything is so subjective. You see the world the way you do, but it's different from everyone else. But isn't that terrible? I guess it is, in a way. She frowns, looking probably as stricken as she can, which is not much, but it's enough for me to understand that Rin is not particularly happy. I think it might make me sad after all. Yeah, I know. I wish I could do something to help it. I don't think I sound bitter, even though I am, a little. This is my problem. I cannot be what Rin wants for her, and for the same reason she can't do the same for me either. She makes a difficult face, carefully trying to pick the words she wants to say. So Rin has times when it's hard to say anything too. It can't be helped, I think. But if you say that, it makes me feel a little better. It's funny how some seemingly irrelevant things are the most significant ones at times like this. Like how Rin's voice is very, very small, barely audible when she says that. And how even her short bangs can cover her eyes when she looks downwards. And how they can't cover the deep red color rising on her cheeks and all the way to the tips of her ears. They turn into a very interesting shade of red. A deafening silence follows. It's very awkward, as if I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen, even if it wasn't on purpose. I don't know what to say to that, but I keep feeling like I should know. She doesn't either. Still, it feels like there's no momentum to lose, even if we keep silent. Like we have some weird, wordless connection that would hold even so. Rin keeps shifting her weight from one foot to the other restlessly, looking everywhere around the room except at me. She is the one who finally breaks the spell. Can we go? I don't want to stay here. Oh, yeah, of course. Where? My reply is covering my nervousness as badly as her question is covering hers. You can go wherever you like. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept for a few weeks. It feels like there's a flock of light blue butterflies inside my head. It makes it hard to think properly. The kind that you think is too blue to really exist, like Emmy's panties this morning. She shakes her head, and I almost expect a couple of ultramarine-colored morphos to pop out of her ears. A small smile tugs upwards the corners of her mouth. That reminds me. The blue, not the panties. The word for a flock of butterflies is a swarm. I looked it up. That makes my eyebrows rise into a questioning arc. Why don't you use it, then? I like the other word better. Why look it up in the first place, then? Then you should use it, right? She nods and falls silent, her gaze escaping mine to the side, attracted by the dark orange sunlight refracting from the windows. We stay like that for a little while, me silently looking at her silently looking out of the window. Hey, you alright now? She glances at me from the corner of her eye, looking wistful again. The sunlight's reflection doesn't betray any more of her inner feelings. I'll need to think about that. I want to continue this conversation, grasping at those straws that she finally revealed to even exist. But Rin is looking out of the window so absent-mindedly that I know she wouldn't be responsive in any way that would make sense. It's like some kind of defense mechanism of hers, to avoid being sensible. Her mind is like a butterfly in itself, always fluttering somewhere away whenever it's stirred. Just when I thought I could see behind her veil, she jumps out of my reach again. Maybe that's just how Rin is. Maybe that's something I should just accept to get some peace of mind. Okay. I'll walk you back to the dorms then. Thanks. Really. The empty hallways of the school devoid of its students feel very lonely. Less than 1 hour after the summer vacation began, the building seems to be deserted, and all that intrudes on the stillness of the hallways are our footsteps. The change is sudden, but it shows how the building is just an empty shell, dead without its students and teachers. It's as though the school has become a private world for only the two of us, a desolate place filled with silence and chalk dust. I think I have to change. She says it out of the blue while we walk down the staircase from the 3rd floor, still managing to feel like she is mirroring what I was thinking just before. That's what people must do, sometimes. That's the last thing we say to each other that day, even though there would be so much to talk about. And even those words drown in the all-encompassing silence, disappearing into the stagnant air as if they were never said.
I relate to Rin a little bit. I wish I could be someone. I had someone to understand me, but I don't even know how to explain myself.
It's a very human feeling. It is a very, very human feeling. Yukihyou said it himself. It's hard to understand anybody. Nothing is quite the same when it's said out loud, so it's hard to explain yourself. It's hard to get other people to understand exactly what you're thinking. As for who my favorite character is, it's Rin. Without a doubt.
So, this is Rin's second, NSFW scene. Just as a heads up.
I'll have to censor part of it, but I think that's okay.
Alright. Without breathing, without a sound. The first day of summer vacation is a disappointment. I woke up. Water came down from a leaden sky in biblical proportions. I was optimistic at the time. A quick summer shower, I thought. Torrents of rain for a few minutes, then it's gone. No such luck. Rainwater is relentlessly pouring down from the blue-gray sky outside, streaming down the glass of my window in small brooks and rivers, and gathering together to form miniature ponds on the walkways. Just like it has done for the past 2.5 hours. So I've been half-assedly cleaning up in between half-assedly reading a book, packing up my stuff on the side when I get bored of the first two. The weather drags my spirits pretty down too, making it harder to do anything properly. Something bumping quite loudly against my door rouses me from my apathy. I hope it's not Kenji and his crazy indoors bowling alley. I forgot about that. I hear no more sounds from the corridor until I walk to the door and open it. Rin. I wish seeing her would evoke some more emotion in me, but for once I'm too surprised that she came to see me, and for two, she's soaking wet. Her uniform shirt is drenched and she is standing in a self-created puddle. Droplets of rainwater are dripping from her short bangs and sliding down her nose until they fall down from the tip. One by one. Hi. How are you feeling? Medium normal. The relative questionability of her statement aside, she doesn't look too good. Oh, Parody's back. You notice how we hadn't heard Parody, Rin's own theme, in like the entire act? It's back, and it makes me happy, because it's my second favorite song of the entire game. You're all wet. It's because I come from the outside. Do you know it? Why'd you be outside? It's raining buckets out there, if you haven't noticed. I haven't. It's been raining pretty hard, though. I was on a walk. Is this what you call wallowing in self-pity? Do you think I'm pitiful? No, I implied that you think you are. I'm not, and rain is not such a bad thing. Or not a sad thing. Don't you ever walk in the rain? I do, but only with proper equipment, like an umbrella. You just need to imagine you have a blue umbrella with white stripes. It might be tough when rain is falling on my head. Just imagine harder. Yeah, she definitely is back to normal. Those half-sarcastic, inconsiderate remarks that really push my buttons even though she doesn't mean it. That vacant, spaced-out stare that always expects more than it gives. It's so Very much like her. I may need to come in. I need some help with this water and clothes I'm wearing. My brain quickly solves this equation, and I stumble with my words, a stark display of contrast considering Rin's easygoing self-invitation. But Emmy... Rin shakes her head vehemently, causing water to sprinkle everywhere. She left. Besides, she would just worry and fuss until she could not worry or fuss anymore, which always takes a troublesomely long time. It's in fact longer than I would want to hear fussing, and I thought you were probably not the fussing kind. She slumps down on my desk with a squishy sound. Her soaked clothes are making the desk and everything on it wet, but she doesn't care. Okay, fine. I'll help you out. I have a towel somewhere. Do you want dry clothes? Is the uniform fine? I'm taller than you, but everything is fine. With a little searching, I find a fresh uniform and a fluffy towel from the depths of my closet. The towel in one hand and the uniform in the other, I turn to face Rin again, uncertain of the next step. There is something wrong with me. A normal guy would just... Stop worrying. It is not a problem. She probably could see right through my hesitant demeanor, as if I was completely transparent to her. I push my anxiety away and concentrate on the 8 buttons lined on her shirt, just like mine has. Only the first button is an obstacle, and after getting it over, I undo the others with slightly less shaking hands. Okay, this is fine to show, I imagine. Throwing the soaked shirt aside, I reveal Rin's pale upper body, shrouded only in her light blue brassiere, which instantly reminds me of her saying it's her favorite color. I try not to think too much about stuff, but it's hard not to look at her body with what I can only think of as mixed feelings. I don't know what to think of this, so I just watch her. Rin looks... brittle. She's like a shell, a fragile thing just barely holding together. Her ribs, each of them visible under her pale skin, are moving up and down in the rhythm of her breaths. Rin always struck me as quite thin, but I realize now that the manic creative period before the exhibition opening might have caused her to lose weight. Did she eat properly and enough? Definitely not, and probably not. This ugly, yet beautiful bare minimum of a human body that belongs to someone I care about is a contradiction of aesthetics in itself, oddly becoming of her. My eyes follow her collarbone to her shoulder, and down her arm until the abrupt end. No, it's less than the bare minimum, I think, with a passing pang of sadness and some guilt for thinking like that. Why do we have to zoom in on it? Her arms, degenerated into almost nothing but bone and skin due to lack of use, look very short now that the long sleeves of her uniform are not covering them. My lack of any negative reaction makes me think that I've actually grown pretty accustomed of the various physical abnormalities of my schoolmates. I always wondered why Rin keeps her shirt sleeves long, only tying them in a simple knot at where the elbow would be. It seems a bit impractical, but then again, she's not exactly the pinnacle of practicality. Maybe she likes it, maybe it is somehow important to her. Maybe there is no deeper meaning to it. I feel like asking, and almost do, but Rin's miserable state requires a higher priority of my attention. I'm getting... Okay, we're gonna put this up. No, actually, we can... She stopped talking too, after we ran out of spiky greetings. I guess there's no need for chit-chat then. Oh, I do like this, the little hair rub. I pick up the towel from the bed and wrap it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into the fabric. I need to do some checking, though. Okay. We'll actually be fine for the rest of the scene, thank God. I pick up the towel from the bed and wrap it around her head, rumpling it all over her hair until most of the rainwater is hopefully soaked into the fabric. Hopefully YouTube will spare me. It's not really that explicit, so... She peeks from below the towel at me, looking up with impassive eyes. It looks like she wants to say something without saying it. It's that kind of a look. But I can't read what she's thinking about from her face, so just keep fussing with the towel around her shoulders and hair. The silence is oppressive, terrifying. Communication between us has suddenly been reduced to the movements of my hands and the towel. Rin swaying her body to and fro. My jagged breathing and her quiet breaths, trying to find a common rhythm that just is not there. I think I can hear her heartbeats, or maybe they are just mine redoubled. As I brush a rogue strand of hair aside from her ear, Rin suddenly presses her cheek against the back of my hand. The contact is electric, a jolt of current surging through me. Whether she seeks comfort, warmth, or just my touch, I wouldn't know, but I can't help touching her back, caressing her soft cheek with my hand. And with closed eyes, she kisses me on the fingers, counting the joints with her lips. I am saddened beyond my expressive capability. Here we are, a boy and a girl, both in love or something like that with each other, or maybe not, and yet... Something is broken. I can feel it in me and in Rin, in the way our gazes merely brush against each other, shying away from contact in her closed, timid posture, and in my way of touching her like a china doll, afraid of shattering her delicate form. And how we are closer than we have ever been, yet I'm not feeling happy. It's like yesterday. When did tenderness and forlornness become one and the same? Same word. Acts of affection start invoking only longing. Why did we end up like this? No, don't answer that, I'd like to say to myself, but fighting against the omniscience of self-awareness is a lost cause. Still, I am here, and Rin is here, and it feels like she might be able to solve whatever problem she has. And if she can, why couldn't I? Why couldn't we? It feels like taking that step is too much, too difficult, too uncertain. So for now, all I can do is dry her up so she won't get a cold again. I pet her head, trying to sort out the hair that refuses to be sorted out even when wet. A pair of dark, glazed eyes follows my every movement. Pants too?
Oh, I don't want to... This next part's uncomfortable. Just to read.
She nods in answer, leans back and spreads her legs with a grotesquely inviting gesture that makes a nasty feeling crawl up and down my spine like a bad premonition. It's not enough to sober me, though, as the silence is starting to make me feel detached from myself. I move automatically, without thinking even though I should. I should talk to her about this, or at least about something. The silence is a spell, a pact that has bound us to this private world made of the dull sound of rainfall and the soft feel of her skin against my fingers. The button of her trousers is fastened tight, but it opens surprisingly easily. Slipping them off is hard, mostly because she's sitting on them, with no intention of standing up to ease my task. Okay, that scared the shit out of me. I kneel down uncomfortably and titillatingly between her legs so I can quickly dry her bare feet, knowing that they are as important to her as hands are to me. I'm putting this up now.
I'm not risking it. I got tricked with one CG. I'm not letting it happen again.
As I work the towel up from her ankles...
Calm down, YouTube. YouTube will be fine. Susan, stay away.
As I work the towel up from her ankles, Rin brushes her thigh against my cheek and nudges the small of my back with her heel to make me come closer. I look up to meet her silent stare that was waiting for me to look up. That unassuming, expectant stare seems to say that the ball is in my court. I fleetingly brush my hand against her inner thigh. Touch makes her gasp sharply, as she was trying to hold back breathing. What if I do this, then? The small kiss I place on her thigh is enough to make Rin lose her composure, to shut her eyes, to squeal almost inaudibly. Is that what you want, too? Would it be alright now, to take this step? What if, maybe if... Hazy thoughts float somewhere in the back of my unfocused mind. Somehow, this whole situation is making it hard to think, as if my head was full of cotton fluff. But that's alright. It seems thinking is not something we need right now. Shrimp.
That scene, as always, just feels a little bit uncomfortable to actually read aloud.
If you listen in the background, you can hear the day transition music. Just to be safe. Okay, I think we are actually. Let me check. Yep. All right. You can keep it on this now, but. Okay. Present is a fleeting and vague concept at best. The moment between the past and the future. That doesn't really mean anything. Thinking too much about things that don't make sense is a waste of time. That's why living through the present is always the best option. Besides, for us who can't foresee the future and who forget the past too easily, present is really the only proof of our existence. Even though existence will go on, even if you forget about it for a while, it's good to seize the day, at least every once in a while. That way, you can confirm that you are, in fact, alive. Alright, not risking it. I'm pretty sure that the girl who is standing there half naked, staring out of the window of my room, has a much better grasp of present than I do. Make my save here as well. As for me, well, right now I'm somewhat confused by my present state, since I should try to locate my shirt and not stare at Rin's butt. But I just can't stop looking at her. Oh, this is actually a nice CG. She has the shirt. She's so close to the glass that her nose is probably going to leave a mark. At least her breathing does, when it condenses on the rain-cooled window glass before quickly disappearing again. My shuffling around to get dressed doesn't rouse Rin from her contemplation, which is fine, really. I don't mind the silence as much as I used to. Only after I'm almost finished with buttoning on my shirt does Rin say something, still without turning to look at me. Let's go somewhere. Where? I can only assume she's inviting me and not the windowsill, but it's a fair guess. I know. What? Help me get dressed. I think today is the day. Come on, clothes. Clothes, clothes. What an impatient tone. I crouched down to pick up her bra from the floor where it had fallen, discarded in the haste of undressing, and forgotten there. Hanging it from between my fingers like a dead fish, the same hesitation that grasped me when I was undressing Rin is creeping inside my head again. Is intimacy really something this difficult for me to handle? Come on, you got it off just fine. This is the same but the other way around. It's like talking backwards. Says Tubdersmith. Seems hard, but it's easy. Perplexed by her sudden and prodigious display of mental processing capacity, I forget to attempt reversing her gibberish back. I'm pretty sure I couldn't switch to talking backwards that fluidly, even with some practice. Could you repeat that? Say stai Tubdersmith. Got it. Fine, I'll give it a try. Rin was right. The locking mechanism is simple enough, and I get the little plastic hooks right on the third attempt. There. Now you have to adjust it. Please stop that. I don't speak backwardese.
I always wondered how Rin could just break out of the backward speak. It's super impressive. I can't do it reading it aloud. She shakes her head as if needing to banish the backwards way of thinking with a physical gesture. I knew a few people who could benefit from that kind of ability. I got stuck. Now you have to adjust it. Adjust? That's what I said. No, I asked what you meant. You know, so that they are fine. Oh, fine, you say. As I have no idea where her breasts are supposed to be fine, I end up fumbling around her chest for a good while without really getting anywhere. Not that I would complain, but Rin does. Emmy is better than you at this. Her impatient tone ticks me off, even though I can't really disagree. Rin suddenly seems to be in an awful hurry. Yeah, well, excuse me. Could that be because she is a girl and can actually relate?
I don't think so. She has just about as much chest as you do. Fucking Christ. I forgot about that line. That was brutal. That was I don't know. Emmy's the only one whose boobs have fucking flashbanged me on stream, so they're clearly there. Considering she's the only one who's... Oh my god. Yeah, because they have some... So they have this character model, and Emmy has one where she doesn't have a shirt on. So... I didn't get the sensor back on fast enough, and so I flashbang chat with Emmy's boobs. That's why YouTube didn't bonk you. Anyone else in the channel would be buried. Oh my god. Poor Emmy, she's not even here to defend herself. Just getting absolutely roasted. Hoshiuta doesn't even have a reply. With her bra and breasts eventually fine as they should, the rest of her clothes are considerably easier to put on. Rin launches towards the door, even though her shirt is not even buttoned up all the way yet. Left with little choice, I run after her. This is the most beautiful scene. Like, it's still like, the first half is funny, the second half is beautiful. As soon as I realized that we were heading for the side entrance leading to the forest, I think I know where Rin wanted to go, although I couldn't say why she'd want to go there. Then again, I can't really assume my guesses to be anywhere near correct when Rin is concerned, not even for a quite generous definition of correct. The forest beneath the walls smells of rain. The last raindrops are still dripping from the wet undergrowth into the earth, despite the rain being gone for a while already. We stroll along with an unhurried pace that Rin sets, giving me time to take in the calming atmosphere. I think I can hear Rin saying hello to at least 3 different trees while she walks past them, but I ignore it, just like the trees do. She leads me to the narrow side path leading up to the hilltops as I guessed. I peek through the canopy, trying to find a rainbow, but there doesn't seem to be one. It's perfect weather for rainbows. The sun is shining low, and the rain has passed not too long ago. Well, whatever. I lower my eyes from the treetops to see the gaunt back of the girl who is climbing up the hill slowly, without losing her balance. A few steps ahead of me on the path, but still within my reach. I don't think I could ever reach a rainbow, but reaching Rin, it seems less impossible than it used to seem. The clear sky greeting us from above the meadow clearing seems vast and beautiful. A strong wind is hurting the rain clouds away from the town, to the other side of the mountains in the distance. The sight is pretty, but a speck of white flies past the edge of my peripheral vision. But when I turn to look, it's already gone. Another follows, then a third. Before I realize it, dozens of almost invisible small tufts of white are flying all around us. Look, the flowers. I see it now. A sea of dandelions that covered the hilltop on our last visit has changed over the days. Where there was bright yellow before, there is now fluffy white. Some of the flowers have already shed their seeds, but many are still waiting for a suitable gust of wind. Today those gusts are not in short demand. Every now and then they shake the grass thoroughly, and suddenly the air is thick with dandelion seeds. One by one, the seeds separate from the flower heads and are lifted away. A commonplace event, but one that seems to fascinate Rin for some reason. The place is beautiful, yes it is. She's turning her head from side to side, marveling at the change happening all around her as the seeds fly away. I watch them too, following the white tufts floating with the wind towards the horizon, and imagine that I can see them even after they disappear from my sight. Hoshiuta? What is it? Do you love me? I snap to attention to meet her suddenly very serious face that is not looking only at the flowers anymore. What a tough question, asked just like that, out of the blue. Still, her bluntness compels me to answer rapidly. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe too rapidly. What does that mean? I don't know. Rin sighs, perhaps unhappy with my wishy-washy answer. I would be too. Me neither. I don't think I know much about love. It's fine, isn't it? How should I know? The shrug of her shoulders seems to say, hesitating to give a firmer answer. She stays silent for only a second too long, but even that second isn't long enough for me to think ahead. I love you. Those 3 words freeze me in place like a rabbit staring into headlights, but I'm not a rabbit, and I'm just staring into Rin's eyes that seem far, far too impassive for what she just let out of her mouth. Rin looks pretty serious, though, until she sticks out her tongue, frowns a little, and confuses me even more than her words did. Why does she look mildly unhappy? Was it a confession of her deepest feelings? A test to see how I would react? A test to see how she would react? It tastes weird. Tastes? Yeah, so weird. She laughs, maybe nervously, or so I want to think, but stops midway when she notices how strange it sounds. Like, I don't know what. I don't think there's a word for this. Rin keeps on talking as though there was no meaning behind her words, steady and careless words dropping from the same tongue that form the more important ones. A word for, except it's like she can't find the words. Rin just keeps staring at me, stumbling with her words as if her brain suddenly ground to a halt. She looks awfully confused, much like how I feel right now, as I wait for her to explain. But she doesn't. She just blinks a few times, the flutter of her long lashes catching my fancy, because she looks like she's petrified otherwise. Until I realize what they were fighting against. Those weird tears again. Not associated with sadness or happiness, not pitiable, sobbing, nor laughter of joy. Just tears, spontaneously and without a warning, like that one time in her classroom. Ah. Just a few of them, not enough to make a fuss about, so Rin doesn't make a move to hide them, even after noticing. Rin cries, looking like she has no idea why, and somehow a great uneasiness grows in my chest when I look into her watery eyes that stare right back at me. It petrifies me too, the shock of the incomprehensibility of the situation. I just don't know what is happening anymore. Rin? What's wrong? She shakes her head in confusion, stumbling to get the words out of her mouth. Sorry. I might be a little afraid of you. The words are muttered slowly, with a small voice that is as disbelieving of what it's saying as I am. What? Why? I don't know. Saying that just made me feel like that. People cry when they are afraid, right? See, I can do it too. She's averting her gaze now, deliberately not looking at me. It bewilders me, at least as much as what she's saying. Sometimes, with you, I want to run away so badly, but I can't move. It's like my legs turn into lemon panna cotta pudding, and my heart feels like it's going to explode, and... She slumps her shoulders melancholically. Has a thing like this ever happened to you? I remember the leaden sky above the frozen forest, and the sound of the leafless branches clacking against each other. It's like a memory from another life. Yeah. Once. My heart hurt a lot back then, too. But I thought your thing was not contagious. I shake my head, and a tiny, slightly forced smile rises on my lips. The other ailment of my heart could very well be contagious, and I wouldn't care a bit. What are you afraid of? I never thought I was scary. Rin shakes her head desperately, as if knowing that the tangle inside her mind won't be undone with just that. You make me feel that I should be someone else than me. It's a scary thing. It happens when you are being nice to me, like yesterday. I never know what to do at times like that. It's hard. Her voice is barely audible, a whispered admission of something that is too embarrassing to even think, not to mention to say aloud. Rin has never been one to be embarrassed, so she does utter it aloud, only timidly as if by instinct. But I want to do something. But I don't know if this me can. For a moment, we just stare at each other, as if waiting for the other to say something. You are so stupid. Rin's lips taste salty and scared against mine. As I grasp her into an embrace, I feel my heart thumping in my chest painfully. Even though I am glad that she can say things like that, they make me sad after all. Rin's spirit, her passion, her strength, all those things that I hold dear, are the ones I don't want to change. How should I treat them? Where are they headed to? Is that future irrevocably different from mine? That anxiety will never loose its grip on my heart, but I think I could learn to live with it. Slowly, the pain in my heart dies out, and it settles into the same rhythm as Rin's. We listen to that for some time. After our lips break apart, it takes a while for either of us to realize that we can say something now. See? You are a really kind person, even when you are not. It's the most scariest thing ever. I think that all I was ever afraid of is your kindness. Is it bad? Even if you are afraid? She thinks about this for a while, furrowing her brow as though this was some kind of hard math problem. No, I'm all right with it. It's fine, if it's you. Like a weight lifted from my chest, her words elate my heart, filling it with, happiness? What else could it be? This time my smile is genuine. Rin steps back, still smiling gently at me like I do at her. While she wipes her face on her shoulder, I pick up a round, plump dandelion clock and bring it to my pursed lips. They spread out into the wind that picks them up to carry them to a new home. To think, only a few short weeks ago, they were so different. This is change. Hey, so the flowers became what they were meant to become, like you said the last time. What about you? Did you become a true artist? Or did you not, because you ran away? She pauses for a while to ponder my question, and shrugs her shoulders. It almost makes me laugh. The carefree easiness of her gesture is a lovely thing, a sign of how Rin can, truly and really, without any restraints whatsoever, shed the entire weight of the world from her shoulders, should she will so. She is, in every possible and probably a few impossible ways, free. And I think I might love her for that. I don't think it matters. Let's just watch the clouds for today. She takes 5 steps to climb on a large rock so she can rise as high as it's possible here, and stands on her tiptoes. When you reach for the clouds, every inch counts. Sure, let's watch the clouds. It's good to do something you really want to do, every now and then. Yeah, you are probably right. I glance upwards at the blue sky opening high above us. It's a deep cerulean vastness that spreads to fill my entire field of vision and beyond. Yet Rin stays on her rock, peering at the distant horizon where the rain clouds are drifting farther away from us. I have decided something. That dreaming voice of hers, spoken to the wind that carries it to my ears, is lacking resolve and tone, but is full of it in meaning. It's all right to be me, after all. It's all right. Her decisions always seem to be pretty far out. Well, I suppose that is an important realization. Coming to terms with oneself, accepting yourself, being fine with what you are. A simple resolution of heart that for some people is overbearingly hard to do, if not impossible. I do realize well enough that I might also be one of those people. Rin too. Maybe we are not that different after all. Maybe to accept someone else, you must first accept yourself. Maybe that is a necessary step, which we didn't take until now. Looking at her standing on that rock, I believe that she can find whatever she's looking for. And so can I. The wind catches her hair and clothes, and Rin spreads her short arms into an embrace that is so very, very tiny, but as wide as she can ever do. For a moment it looks like she herself might take flight, and I have to hold myself back to not reach for her shoulders, to not drag her back to me. But this picture is something I can only watch. It is something for me to remember. Rin's sleeves are flapping freely in the wind, her hair wildly tousled by it, her skin touched by the setting sun. Her sleek form that I've come to adore is quivering in the cool wind that that carries the small white specks past her, each a beginning of a new flower. All that is engraved inside my heart. Like those tiny seeds scattered in the wind, I'm sure that Rin, too, can take her place in this world without the need to create her own inside of it. Maybe she believes it, too. Standing as close to heaven as possible, she's giving the world a big hug. To me, it seems like the entire world really could fit there, between those small arms of hers, inside of her all-encompassing embrace. Iseo? She looks at me in the same way she calls my name, carelessly over her shoulder, with a strange happiness in her voice and in her eyes. I gaze into those mysterious dark eyes that are curiously twinkling from below her auburn hair. Although I'm too far from her to see it, I'm sure they are reflecting my image. What is it? What's the word for when it feels inside your heart that everything in the world is all right? Oh, they concepted Rin with a skirt. It's cool to see, actually. It's incredibly beautiful, yes. These are what early Rin looked like, by the way. It's very, very cool imagery. And that's when she took her almost the form that we know now. Changed up the hair a little bit. What's the word for when everything in the feels right in your heart? There it is. I told you it would end on a good note. It's my favorite ending in the game. Well, if you look at this, one CG up there, we have everything else that's not too explicit for YouTube. Thanks, Lily. Literally 5. What's this one? There is a larger version of this CG. I suppose it's an edit of the CG, actually. They put a more expansive sky. And it's just Rin standing there. And it's beautiful. Truly, truly beautiful. And with that last scene, last ending, we're now done with every route. We are done with every single character scene. Rin is amazing. She is a beautiful, beautiful character. She was written, you saw in the credits, she was written by Aura, and he did such an amazing job with her. It really, really did come to life. 99% completion. 1 scene, 2 scenes. That's all that's left. Missing 2 scenes and 2 wait, oh, I guess there are 2 CGs. Oh yeah, the end CG, I forgot. Act 1's bad ending. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 choices to be made in our final Act 1. Emmy, Lily, Oh, I guess Lily has 2 there. It's weird. Shizune and Misha. Rin. Okay. So, officially, that is the end of our routes. We have no more routes to get. Every route completed. It's been a little bit over a month coming. We're at what? Need to check when the first video was actually July 4th. I remember that actually. A month and 15 days. About a month and a half. "17 parts total after tomorrow's stream." I should kind of save my spiels for tomorrow. I don't have so much of a structure tomorrow after the stream. Game is just amazing. It's truly incredible. Again, one of my favorite games of all time, and certainly my opinion for maybe the best visual novel of all time. It is a beautiful, beautiful passion project. And tomorrow we truly wrap it up. Tomorrow we truly show off everything. The finished product, talk about the game, reflect on. I have no structure for actually reflecting on the game. I just have the trivia that most people wouldn't know otherwise. I have some thoughts on I like to talk, but tomorrow we bid this game farewell in the best way possible. The manliest picnic of all time. Absolutely. A fun note to end on, and then we'll get real reflective and melancholic, even though it's only been a month and a half. This game always gets me feeling this way. I love it so much. The way it speaks or says to me or so. It's hard to describe because it's so intensely personal, I'd have to say. But I think those who've played the game, who've played all the routes, they understand. It's an unspoken kind of thing, I think. So. Now, I need to make some dinner, and then I need to get the other CGs that I can't show on YouTube, which I have to do as part of my own time, and then I have to kind of... I guess I'll show it off, though. I can show off this first page, which will show the final CG, but the rest of them, we have every other CG except for the NSFW scenes. It feels like it's been so long since Hanako's route. It really does. It feels like it's been forever. It's... man... I'll go through my thoughts more tomorrow. Not for today. Not for right now. That is a later thing. We can actually Hanako, Misha, or Shizune, sorry, Lily, Emmy, Rin. All 5. 5 we've come to know and love. Only one route took longer than 10 hours. And that was also the route where you read through the entirety of Act 1. So, take that as you will. Let me get the BGM back on. Pop over to here. And then I'll close the game for now. Boom, boom, boom. Feels so weird to say that we're done with all the routes, but we really are. We really and truly are. It's incredible. But tomorrow is the true finishing of the game. Tomorrow we show off what Act 1 is like when you make all the wrong decisions and end up on a manly picnic instead of spending the festival with a romantic interest. And then I've got my documents. We'll talk over things. I hope I can get a lot of people in here who enjoy the game, who want to talk about it. This conversation is really better when it's not just me talking to the microphone. That stream tomorrow will be at 5 p.m. CST, same time as this one started. And we might go for a fairly long while. It's been a while since I've actually read Act 1 fully, though, so we'll have to see. I hope you all enjoyed Rin's route. Rin's route is my favorite one. She's my favorite character. I think it's so unique in the way it handles everything. I think she's such an interesting character that it gets... Everything that happens in hers is very kind of personal to me. Again, I need to stop trying to talk about it, because I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, but... if you enjoyed the stream, appreciate if you left a like, if you subscribed. If you enjoy the game, I'd greatly appreciate it if you downloaded it, played it for yourself. I think it's a perfect way to experience it. So it's worth replaying. This is my second time playing it in a year. You can also follow me on Twitch for Guerrilla streams. Follow me on Twitter for schedules and updates. Schedule will be up there on Sunday. Join the Discord server. I can say this finally now. Join the Discord server if you haven't already. There's a link down in the description. Come hang out with everyone in the community. Talk about whatever. It's a fun time. And with that is all I have for today for Katawa Shoujo. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time of day it is for you. I hope you're safe, and I hope you're well, and I hope to see you tomorrow when we send this game off at 5 p.m. Central Time. OhaHyou, everyone. Bye-bye.